Here.
Here.
Here. Here.
Here. All right. We have a quorum and we can, not that it matters, continue, but let's go ahead. Cindy has disappeared. Oh, Corinne was supposed to be starting it at home. So, yeah, you don't need to worry about it. But as always, everybody speaking to your mics. All right. Cindy, you're up. Okay.
Okay, welcome to our first budget work session. So I changed. I'm dispensing with the budget overview that you saw last year. I didn't really think you guys wanted to see that again, so I dispensed with that. So what you have in your packet is 2 worksheets. The first worksheet is going to be revenue. And if you'll write revenue on the top, I intended to label it before I put it on there and it didn't happen. So the first sheet is revenue. The second sheet is fixed costs. So our plan, mine and the finance committee's plan, is to go through the revenues and decide, agree on the revenues that you want to use and what you want to use for revenues. Then we're going to go through fixed costs and agree on what you want to use for fixed costs. And then once we do that, then the next meeting, we will go over payroll and contractors. And then the final meeting will be figuring out what's left and what we're going to do with what's left. So that'll be special projects, capital improvements, that kind of thing. And then at that point is also when you will determine if you need to raise any rates. So, and then another quick note on payroll, we will agree on allocations, and then we may have to go back and redo allocations based on how this comes out. Any questions or comments?
This is only admin, is it not? We don't have the water, sewer, and
It's all on here.
it is?
Yep,
I'm
if you
missing
look
it.
across the top, it has admin, building, police, parks, streets, street capital, bridge,
Oh, I see.
sidewalks,
I'm sorry. I was looking down the side. My bad.
pass through. These are where the revenues, what's coming down the side is where the revenue comes from.
Okay. Thank you, Cindy.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions or
Yeah, Michelle.
comments?
Yeah, just a couple. First, I want to say thank you for including the method that was used to determine the amounts. I found that really helpful to see that on there. So thanks for that. I am wondering if we could get the actual spreadsheet format of this in advance of the meeting for future budget sessions, any tables that are going to be included. It would just make it a little bit easier to work with the numbers versus the scanned image that we have here.
You want the actual spreadsheet, here's what you're saying?
Mm-hmm. No, the electronic file. Yeah, like an Excel file.
This is a spreadsheet. No, it's a spreadsheet. It's an Excel spreadsheet. Mm-hmm.
Is that
We'll
a
note that.
possibility? Okay, thank you.
Are we going to run down through each line item and talk about it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'm just talking format at the moment. Any questions or comments about the format? Go ahead.
So one more, and this is a repeat of a comment I made during the budget process last year. And this may have been what would have been included in the overview. I don't remember what that looked like last year. But what I commented last year is I think it would be helpful to see year-over-year comparisons on this. So when we're looking at proposed for 2022 to see the actual, the budgeted for 2021 alongside it, so we can see what the proposed change is year over year. I also think from a board perspective and trying to get out of the weeds perspective, Crested Butte has a really interesting budget process where they include guiding principles that staff used to develop the budget, a narrative of long-term goals alongside the budget, priorities for next year, a 5-year capital plan, and a bullet list of the items that are going to need board input. So I just wanted to.
How many people on Crested Butte's finance staff?
I don't know.
Well, I think it's more than one.
That's possible, and this isn't meant as a criticism, just suggestions of things that from the board level versus an in the weeds perspective, and I understand what you're saying. I know it's a lot of work to put this together, but I think to keep us at that level, if we're approaching this from the perspective of what our goals are, that might just be that might help keep us focused on the long term.
We'll note that. Do we want to proceed or do we want to trash this and start over? What I do, and this is only me, and of course, previous board and administrators and have had input in all of this. So what I do and the way I treat this, my attempt is to try and make it more clear so that it's not, because this is very confusing for most people. I'm trying to do what I can to make it as clear as I can. So what I have done is each department, think of it as a business. So you have the grocery store, you have the hardware store, you have the gas station, you have, but in our case, it's admin, which is what happens in this building, and it's basically where anything else doesn't go, it gets dumped in admin. If it's not something else, it gets dumped in admin. Then we have the building department, which is just the building inspector. Then we have the police department, which is just the police department. We have parks, which is 4 parks. We have the town park, Pullis Park, Apple Valley Park, and Lee's Park. And that's all covered under parks. Then we have streets. That's anything that happens to any of the streets in town limits. Then we have street capital, and that is capital improvements on the streets. So streets is just maintenance stuff. Capital improvements is gonna be happening under street capital. And it used to be a single, department, but because of, the impact fee and the new marijuana rules, that got separated out so that there's two separate departments now. So the capital improvements that happen to streets is in street capital. The maintenance to the streets, sidewalks, storm drains, that's all under streets.
So if we did a chip seal, is that maintenance or is that capital?
That's most likely gonna be capital.
Okay, so if we repave, that's capital. Any of those things. So if we're repairing something,
If you're
then
filling potholes, that's
okay,
gonna be streets.
gotcha. And so if we're sanding and plowing and things like that,
That's gonna be streets.
gotcha. Thank you.
Then we have the bridge, which is all by itself. And the reason that that's by itself is because when we took that bridge over, and this is Samuel Wade Bridge, when we took that bridge over, the county gave us $800,000, which gets amortized at $40,000 per year, and that can only be used. It's been determined. It's been
The board made a decision years ago that that money, to the extent it was going to be expended, was expended only on the bridge. The remaining reserves would be kept if and when there is a disaster out there, we need lots of money.
Thank you. I was trying to think of a word that's not coming to me. The next is sidewalks, and that's the $3 sidewalk fee that we collect. It goes into that fund and can only be used to repair sidewalks. Then we have a pass-through account. That's the one that says 30P through. That's pass-through. That is money that, say, the school district or the conservation trust, conservation center, or anything like that that uses, they use us to go get a grant, and then the money has to come through us, but it can only go to those projects. So the skate park would be one of them, conservation center, and the river park, that's been another one that goes in that account. So pass-through is just literally pass-through money. It's just passing through us. We still have to budget for it, but it doesn't, we can't use that money in any way, or and we don't have control over it. It all happens with, say, the conservation center and the finance, or the granting agency. So it's literally just passing through us. Space to create after this year will no longer exist, which is why there's nothing there. Conservation trust, that's the lottery funds that we get that we can only use for park capital improvements, and there's a list on their website if you want to see specifics. There's a list that you can see on the Conservation Trust website that spells out what we can use that for. Capital improvement is our 1% of our 3% that was designated to go into capital improvement, and those are capital, and we'll go over those. Then we have water, sewer, and trash. If you look up on the wall, I'm on the very, very top line. Any questions? All right. So as you can see on the far left side is where I have listed our different revenue sources. So the first one's property tax. the county determines that. They send me a estimate of the values, and then I calculate from that per our mill levy what our property tax collection is going to be. So that this year it came out to 150,121, and that all that gets put to admin, and that's what runs the admin business. The next one is special owners auto taxes, and that comes through the Delta. It comes with the property tax, and that gets put to the police department. That is, I look back at the so the that I do off of, I have a sheet that shows me from 2011 to current where we are and how much we got from that revenue source, and so I project out on a historical basis what is expected for 2022.
Cindy, just to make sure I heard that correctly, you have data from, you said 2011
Yes?
to now, and
Yes.
that's what you use to project for the next year?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh. The sales tax, town sales tax is also, I have several spreadsheets that I keep track of the town sales tax, and that's what I use to project out that are so if on any of these you want additional details, then you need to let me know, because this is all we're planning on providing. So if you want me to prove it, then you just need to let me know that you want me to prove it, and Candy's gonna make a note of which ones you want more detail on, and we can do that.
Oh, go ahead, Karen.
I was looking at the sales tax county, this 319,000, is that marijuana money or where's
That is not. It is county sales tax, and it is back the badge.
Oh, back the badge, okay. So the police have their own sales tax? I mean,
Back the badge is part of
the
that.
182 is,
But we've always put the entire county sales tax
In the
to
police.
fund the police department.
okay.
So that's why it is.
And park sales tax comes from the lottery stuff? Or
Park sales tax.
under parks, there's
That comes out of town sales tax. It gets allocated. So 1% is over under capital.
okay.
And then the other 2% gets allocated. The 182 we have to leave in the police department, because that is where it was when we agreed to back the badge, and part of agreeing to back the badge was that we wouldn't take any revenue away from them, and so that's the level it was at that time.
Okay, thank you.
Dave.
So, as a policy thing, the only things we can play with across that sales tax is just admin, building, parks, and streets. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
I'm just saying, when we as a board, as a policy, we're allocating across those areas for sales tax town. I mean, we can choose to take the 5,000 out of building if we want,
You could.
and, you know, move it into parks, or take 25,000 out of parks and move it into building, or take, but we can't be messing with the police number.
I'm
That's the
sorry.
one,
Correct.
that's the one we
You
can't
can't,
touch.
you
Yeah.
can reallocate,
Right,
but you cannot,
right.
well, and if there's one that you think I'm completely off on, then
Yeah.
I'll prove it.
Yeah, no, I don't see any problem with that. I just wanted to make sure we're all clear
But
on
yes, you can.
what we can
You
do.
can reallocate, and I would suggest that all reallocations wait until we get to the last meeting.
Thank you.
So on that same line, the sales tax for the county, there's an estimate for 2022 that's 293,000, but then the 319,000 toward the police department.
It should be the 319. My error.
Okay, so
I
the
didn't catch that. I changed it. I recalculated and found that it was the 319, and
Okay.
I forgot that I needed to change it.
so that 293 should be
It's a calculation problem, so we'll mark it. It'll be fixed for the next meeting.
okay. Just confirming that the 319 is the correct number.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So also where you see the X's next to the amount, the estimated amount, those I have double checked. Anything that doesn't have an X next to it, I have not double checked those yet. I just ran out of time. There's a lot of work that goes into this, and so I literally just ran out of time. So that's how I kept track of the ones that I've double checked and the ones that I need to double check.
So Cindy, the sales tax down, that includes all the things that we get from like Amazon and all the
Yes.
deliveries. Okay, thank you.
Yes, it would be anywhere near that amount if it wasn't for the internet sales. Or delivery sales, I guess is that proper term. The franchise tax is what is coming from DMEA, TDS, Elevate, and I think it's Charter. Now it's called Charter now. It used to be Bresnan, now it's Charter. That's the franchise tax that we get from that, and that is intended to, the franchise tax is done because of the impact on our streets. So that's why it goes to streets. Then you have the impact fee,
But
and
just a
that,
minute, I wanted to comment on that. It is not an impact, it's not a franchise tax. We had that discussion a while back. If it's a tax, it should have went to a vote of the people. And we had that discussion concerning franchise fees and taxes in the past. So it is not, if it's a tax, then we gotta revisit that conversation.
So I guess the takeaway is label it as franchise fee.
can you make that note? We'll note that. The impact fee, again, the board, when we initiated this, designated that to street capital. Cigarette tax, that has just historically gone to fund the police department. The airport fee, that is from the tower at the airport, that was designated at the time to go for the airport only. Penalties, interest, and delinquent taxes, those are part of property tax. That comes on the property tax.
I do, but it's not specific to that. I just wanted to go back to the amount allocated to the police department and make sure I'm understanding correctly. So with Back the Badge, part of that was that we cannot take away funds that previously were allocated to the police department?
As of that year, we cannot reduce that amount and reallocate. We have to maintain the allocation at the time of what we were allocating. We can't reduce that allocation.
And is that specific to sales tax, or is that allocation from all revenue sources?
That is specific to sales tax.
Okay, so that wouldn't apply to when we're getting down to some of the other things that are allocated to the department. I'm just trying to understand where our flexibility is. And I also wanted to clarify, is that allocation limit based on amount or percentage?
My understanding is it's amount.
Okay, so it's not a percentage where the amount has to go up every year in line with our total revenue,
That
but
is-
it's the amount that we had allocated
It was the
at
amount
the
that
time.
we had allocated at that time, and then we add back the badge to it.
Okay, thank you.
And back the badge comes from county.
So just a suggestion as a time saver, if you look at that police column, are there any items in that police column that are not required by some kind of statute that they be designated for the police? In other words, I'm assuming that the cigarette tax, the bin inspections, the motor vehicle stuff, the court fines, the police fines, miscellaneous bonds, all the things that are in that column, are those discretionary or are those fixed and have to be in the police?
If, so
Piggybacking on what Michelle's saying,
historically,
you know.
historically, that is what has gone to fund the police department. If you change it, you can change it by policy, but if you change it, it's going to change your, so your audit from one year to the next won't match anymore.
Still, that gives us a little bit of flexibility in that because that budget is so fat when you look at 319,000.
Okay, so the court fines, police fines, miscellaneous fines, and PD grant, those cannot go out of those have to stay with PD. The other things could potentially be reallocated,
Like dog tags.
potentially. But, so we make 300 and it costs us $75, and they're the ones that are dealing with the dog tags, which is why it's in the PD. Any other questions?
Occupational tax, don't understand that term.
So the occupational tax is what the voters passed when, that's the $5 transaction fee at the marijuana stores. And that was designated strictly to street capital. And so, I have estimated that at 30 transactions, 260 days a year, which is Monday through Friday, $5 per transaction times 3 stores, that gives you $117,000.
Good job. Thank you.
And the transactions from a store in Gunnison, they had 8 stores. And with 8 stores, the one store was doing, when they very first opened, was doing 20 transactions. When they, on a normal basis, after they got started, they were up to 70 transactions. So I estimated it low, and the fact that we only have 3 stores. And that can be, you can adjust that if you don't agree with my.
So I do have a comment on how those funds are allocated from the marijuana ordinance. The way the language was written on the ballot, the money could be spent on infrastructure repair and improvements, including but not limited to streets, sidewalks, curb, gutter, drainage, landscaping, lighting, and amenities. So to me, I think that would also, to include that in streets would be valid because it specifically says for repair.
Well, that's why it's in street capital, because it's going to go toward infrastructure improvements.
Right, but it could also go toward landscaping, lighting, streetscaping, a
Which
lot
would
of
go
things that
through
wouldn't,
street capital.
that would all fall under street
Mhm.
capital.
If it's a capital improvement, it's going under capital. If it's maintenance, everyday maintenance, that's under streets.
Some could even be allocated to parks if we
Right.
read the thing. Yeah.
I agree with that. So I don't know, we may want to think about whether we're allocating it all to street capital, since depending on what projects we want to do for the year.
Again, we probably hold off on doing that until we see what each department's
We'll
putting
probably
in.
have to get Bo's interpretation on
Yeah,
that then
yeah.
in that case, because I was
Sure.
told it's all street capital.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
More questions or comments? Any changes that you're seeing that you, do you want me to continue line by line explaining every revenue source?
I don't think we need to, actually. I think if people have questions, then they can ask their questions. Bill?
If we're gonna do that, then I'd jump down to, charges for service, $1,723,000. What does that cover?
1.7 million is water, sewer, and trash.
Okay, thank you.
And that includes water usage, an estimate on water usage as well as the base rate.
Okay,
So-
thanks.
Sure.
I have a question about the same, because that's a pretty big jump from last year, if I'm doing my calculation correctly. I think last year, well, I guess not. Yeah, pretty big. 1.57 million was our total projected. No, looking at the wrong one. For general fund, our projected revenue for 2021 was 1.57 million. And for water, sewer, trash, our projected revenue was 974,000. It was water, sewer, and trash in the 2021 budget, 974,000.
Well, there's also ARPA funds that I'm sure got put into this that help raise that
That would make a
money.
big difference.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that does include,
No, it didn't. Write down
Plan.
ARPA funds.
that doesn't include ARPA funds in
Oh,
the
it
total?
does not.
It does not include ARPA funds, no.
Okay, so I'm wondering why the projection jumped so much from 974,000, particularly in particular the enterprise revenue projection, which was for 2021 974,000,
Write
and
that
for
down.
2022 is 1.796 million, which is just a really big jump.
Just put prove water, sewer, trash charges.
Then,
And I want to be clear, I'm not doubting the change or the way that
No,
you're
I'm
calculating.
just gonna bring to you how it was calculated last year and how it's calculated this year so that you can see the answer.
But I want to be clear that it's not the calculation I'm questioning, it's what's changed that we're bringing in or that we expect to bring in so much more in our enterprise
It will
funds. Are we-
answer that. What I'm gonna give you will answer that.
Okay,
So
are we,
I'm gonna show you how it was calculated to come up to the number that we had last year
mhm,
and how I'm calculating it this year. It's calculated the same.
okay,
I'll have to look to see if the units changed or what changed
okay,
and double check my calculations to
okay,
make sure that I didn't make a mistake.
Okay, so part of my underlying question with this is, are we actually on track to bring in 974,000 in 2021, or are we going to exceed that? And if we are, what do we do with those funds? And yeah, I'm just going to stop there.
You just want to reduce fees, as we all do.
I don't want us to increase fees if there's a potential that we've brought in a lot more this year than we expected and could make use of that to keep from having to do that. But I also understand we're getting a rate study, and I'm reluctant to say anything about fees until we see the results of that.
Exactly.
So where do the ARPA funds end up in this budget,
They
Cindy?
will go there, they're just not there.
Oh,
I
they're just not there
apologize.
yet. Okay.
So I'm trying to remember everything all by myself right now, and I forgot. Because I haven't had time. Obviously, I can't meet with Corinne or Neil. I've met with Neil a couple of times, so I have his information. I haven't been able to meet with Travis, and so this is literally me off the seat of my pants, and so that is the honest to God truth.
I have a question for the $2,000 for the restitution. What is that?
That is the money that we get from Chesnick for the embezzlement.
Okay.
So we have two different sources. There was a court order, and the only thing that right now that we're getting from that court order is her her federal tax return refund, and it has dropped each year to the $2,000. We also have the ability to garnish her wages when she's working, and her wages have been hit, or her working has been hit or miss lately. So I have only budgeted the tax return amount because I'm not clear whether there's going for 2022 that there's going to be garnishments. And so if we get garnishments or we get more from her tax return, or if the court makes her start paying again, because when she was paying, it was $10 to $20 a month. So none of those are any substantial amount that is going to change anything. So that is either going to be used for unexpected or unbudgeted or go into reserves to be used the following year.
So historically, we have been receiving about $2,000 per year from her.
Fortunately, we have received more than that for the last couple of years. But my prediction is that I don't believe, I don't know what her employment status is, and the amount we have been getting for her garnishments has decreased substantially. So I'm not willing to budget that.
Oh, sure.
Because
Sure.
I'm not comfortable that it's going to be there. And I am somebody that budgets on a very conservative basis. And if I'm not 100% sure or even 90% sure that revenue is going to come in, I'm not going to budget it.
Yep. I'm just glad to see that we're receiving something. You know, it should be a lot more, but anyway, thank you.
So far this year, we've received $1,543. In previous years, we've received between, up to $10,000.
Back on the charges for service, that is the water, sewer, and trash income, correct?
The charges for service is water, sewer, and trash.
Well, in a previous meeting, we got a statement, not, it's a worksheets or spreadsheets, and the sewer was 268,000. The water, and this is for 6 months, the water was at 698,000, and the trash was 130,000, which totals almost $1.1 million. So the charges for service seemed really low. You might want to check that.
It's been noted. As you see, there's not a check mark there, so we have not double-checked those numbers.
And the interest income, is this like some sort of time CD that still has a really good interest rate on it? Because that's a lot of interest to collect these days.
So we have multiple accounts that earn interest. We have money markets, we have CDs, and we have COLA Trust that earns interest. And there's about, I'm going to say $3 million that is earning interest. It's very low interest at this time, but it is earning some interest. And that is lower. I believe that's either lower or flat with what we have right now. I don't honestly see it going too much lower because there's nowhere for it to go. But
So Cindy, you are not budgeting for any new taps this year at all?
no,
Okay.
I don't know that you're going to lift that, you're going to choose to lift that moratorium, and without that, and if you decide in this meeting that you're going to lift that moratorium, then I will add money for tap fees, but I don't see that happening, so I did not budget it.
Yes, Tammy.
I don't think lifting the moratorium is a choice at this time. So so whether, we can say we're going to lift it, but it could be that we can't. So if the numbers aren't there and we can't prove we can provide water for all the taps that are outstanding plus growth, it's very unlikely. So I would agree with that, to leave them off.
So I just want to go back to one of your first statements. If I understood correctly, you said that the property taxes are allocated into admin, and that is what runs the administrative department.
That's what funds the administrative department.
Okay.
Well, all of those things do, but that's what goes in to fund the administrative department.
Okay. I may have misheard, but did I hear you say that anything that is not otherwise allocated is automatically pushed into the administrative department?
That is, I mean that not as in money, I mean that as in, so that covers liquor licenses, special reviews, things that aren't part of any of these other departments gets put into the admin department.
Okay. So are they put into the admin department because the admin department needs that to balance the budget, or because it's a place to put it when there's not a department that absolutely has to receive it by statute or by rules?
So the revenue was decided, I think it was, if I remember correctly, which I'm stretching my brain, I think it initially started with Jane Berry, then interim administrator also was going in that direction. And so these are, at that time is when the administrator and the council directed which revenue streams went to funded which department, so that it made it easier for y'all to determine what your revenue is compared to your expenditures.
Okay, so it's not that things are allocated there as a catch-all. Things were specifically designated to be allocated to that department.
Yes.
Okay.
The revenue was specifically designated for that department. What I mean is the expenditures that are part of the admin, that is any expenditure that doesn't fit in one of these other categories is what gets put into admin.
Okay, thank you.
Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
So did you allocate any money from park fees?
Park fees goes
I mean, like-
under rents and royalties.
Okay, that's what I wondered. Okay, thank you.
And that includes the rent for this room,
Okay.
also funds parks, because it's too hard to split it out.
So do you want to say anything about the fixed expenses while we still have time?
Yes. All right. Anybody else have any questions or comments about revenues? Or anything that you want us to mark as? Okay. So the next page is our fixed costs. That's going to include supplies, repairs and maintenance, vehicles, rentals, travel and meetings, insurance, utilities, publication ads, dues, permits, debt, and then the pass-through funds, which is the impact fee. So that said, so these are going to be things that we have to pay for as a course of doing business. These aren't specialty items. So if you wanted to do the floor drain, if you decide you want to do the floor drain at the water plant, that's going to go under supplement or under the part where projects are going to be. This is fixed costs. These costs are going to be here no matter whether it's utilities, it's insurance, it's all those things that we have to get through day-to-day operations. The majority of these are either fixed costs that I'm getting bids in for, like the CIRSA's. We have our CIRSA insurance came in. CIRSA is the insurance, the P&C went up 13%, and work comp went up 8%. The utilities are expected to, they've requested a 7% increase through the commission, so we will be budgeting a 7% increase there. So it's we use the historical on all of these to determine, and then we use the any known economic factors on increases that we need to apply. So supplies is going to be what we historically spend for, that's gonna be office supplies, shop supplies, supplies to keep, for cleaning this building. All of that is under supplies. Repairs and maintenance is gonna be, actual repairing or, the maintenance of the different areas. Vehicles is fuel and maintenance costs on vehicles and equipment. Rentals is if we go out and rent a piece of equipment. Meetings is going to be any training or like CDL, water certification, and then our CML and those kind of trainings. Then you have the insurance, which is P&C. Utilities is phone, gas, electric. Publication and ads is publishing our ordinances or ads for hiring, classified ads, that kind of thing. Dues and subscriptions are any dues and subscriptions that we do on a regular basis. Fees and permits are going to be that's in parks. That's for our water shares, and water and sewer. That's going to be all of the testing and permits for the plants. And then debt service, and the debt service has requirements per loan on how we have to budget debt service, and then the pass-through, which is the impact fees. Any questions?
Yeah, why is the pass-through different on the estimated 2022 as it is on the pass-through number over to the far right? So that last line, shouldn't they both be $460,000?
Because you have water, sewer, and trash
Oh, I'm sorry.
pass-through also.
I'm sorry, my bad. Okay, Bill?
So what does the $460,000 represent?
That's the pass-through for the grants. That is the skate park, and I think the conservation center. And I don't know if that conservation center one is still going through until I talk to Corinne. And so that may change, but I know the skate park is still on the table.
I wanted to see if fixed costs also include like the amount we pay for the SCADA system. We have a monthly fee for that, for IT charges.
Not IT. IT is going to be under the contractors, which will be in the
Okay.
next meeting.
But SCADA charges that we pay monthly to run the water plants and stuff like that, that's fixed costs. Is that included in this? Because it seems like that's a cost that just comes in like we're paying a couple thousand a
I'll have
month,
to,
I think.
right at the moment, I can't answer that. I don't know
Okay.
if that, and if I put that under contracts, or if I put it under fixed costs.
Okay.
But Candy will note it, and I'll be able to answer that the next meeting.
Okay, thanks, Andy.
SCADA.
Okay, thank you. I didn't understand what debt service is. Sorry.
Debt service is our bonds or our loans that we have through Water Power Authority, or the AMCO bond, which replaced USDA, or actually I think all the water ones are through Water Power Authority or the CDPHE, but they're the loans that we have.
Okay, so like the
outstanding.
interest on those loans or the,
No, it's the full payment.
So-
In municipal budgeting, you must budget the entire payment, not just the interest, and then it gets adjusted off at year end.
Okay.
But you still have to budget the entire payment, and in some of our bonds, it requires 110%
Okay, thank you.
that it be budgeted at 110% rather than the actual payment.
Back to the pass-through, I see the 460,000, which matches the pass-through revenue from above. In addition to that, we have pass-through on water, sewer, and trash. What are those?
That's the impact fee. So those three will add up to the impact fee on, it's right underneath franchise tax, under the description, the impact fee. It goes to street capital. It's 51,692, and those three amounts should add up to that. Which is 3% of the water, sewer, and trash revenue.
Okay, I have a vague recollection of an email from budget time last year that we talked about that impact fee that we're charging ourselves essentially and taking money out of the enterprise funds, that there would be a possibility of revisiting that now that we have additional funds allocated to likely street capital from the marijuana occupational tax. So I just wanted to make sure that's accurate, that that's something that we could reallocate.
That absolutely is something that you can decide, you as a board can decide that you do not want to continue that revenue stream.
Okay, thank you.
I appreciate Trustees Patterson's bringing this up. I don't know if the mics are on. It's actually quite quiet out here. I appreciate your bringing this up, but I do have a concern about the impact fee that you are hearing about. It's never been formalized anywhere. There's no ordinance establishing this fee. It's just something that was just kind of decided by Ken Knight verbally, and I don't think it's actually legal. So it might be timely to revisit if we even need to be doing this right now. Thanks.
Any other questions, comments so I can get things ready for the next meeting?
I'm sorry to interrupt, Suzanne. It looks like your mic went off. Thank you.
The building permit fees are basically corporate, so it's probably twice as much as they could be. Building costs are probably inflated as well if you're looking at the inspector. So that's something that I think if the board was looking at changing the structure of the building department, I'm not sure it's being represented in the budget here. You might want to look at Cedar Edge's budget, for instance, and see what their building costs are. Ours could potentially be similar if we're taking it in-house again. Thank you.
So Cindy, do I understand that these are just the fixed costs for the building thing, no matter if, whatever he charges? I mean, these are just the fixed costs for that department, supplies and bonds, insurance, and subscriptions.
Correct.
And so the actual cost of the
inspector
building
will be addressed
in addition.
in the
other.
contractor / payroll
Yeah,
section,
thank
which
you.
is next meeting.
Thank you.
Okay, 6:14. We were going to try and adjourn at 6:15. Last hurrah, people. Yes, Suzanne.
So is the building permits and building costs, does that reflect the money that's going directly to Shumcota for plan review? Does that pass through the town, or is this something that we don't even know what that money is? Is this, you know what I'm saying?
That is historical revenue that we, based on historical revenue that we have received for building permits
Before we pay them?
before
Or-
we pay them. That is what we are taking in as revenue from building permits.
And then we turn
in-
around and give it to them, right?
We
when
pay
we-
them for the inspections, the reviews per what they bill us for.
Okay,
The revenue is permits that we sell.
okay, thanks.
All right, so it is 6:16. If there are no further questions or comments, I'm going to go ahead. Okay, Michelle?
Sorry, one last. I wanted to confirm, we talked about potentially reallocating and that would be best addressed at a later meeting.
Yeah.
Which
The
meeting
end.
on the schedule?
We need to get some more pieces first before we start reallocating. We need to see what all our expenses are for payroll and contractors and all of that. And then we need to look at special projects, and then we can start moving figures around and saying, let's reallocate this to this and that to that to cover. So we need
we
more
would
pieces.
come back to this at one of our last budget
Yes.
meetings for
Yes.
potential reallocation. Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Okay. All right. I'm going to adjourn this work session, and we'll be back here in, 14 minutes?
Trustee Bettinger? Trustee Johnson?
Here.
Trustee Bear? Trustee Knutson?
Here.
Trustee Meck?
Here.
Trustee Pattison?
Here.
Mayor Bachard?
Here. All right, we have a quorum and we can continue. First item on the agenda is the approval of the agenda. Can I get a motion to that effect?
Motion to approve the agenda as presented.
Do I hear a second? The what? It's there.
Second.
All in favor?
I have a
Yeah,
comment.
Yes?
Sorry,
Yes.
I wanted to do it at the right time. I had a comment on the agenda. We do have a lot of agenda items in this packet where we don't have information in the packet. And because of that, I feel like having all the comments up front, like we tried at the last meeting, it doesn't really give people an opportunity to comment effectively because they haven't received any information on the topic. So I would move that I would amend the motion to approve the agenda with the change of going back to our more typical comment process for this meeting.
Second.
Discussion.
Harry, I realize a lot of the reasons why you did that was probably time, but if the last meeting is any indication, I think it takes just as much time one way as it does the other. So I think I would support the amendment.
And because I helped put this whole agenda together, the reason there isn't a lot of stuff in here is because the appointment of the town treasurer. I mean, we're just going to figure up a process. We don't have any documentation to write up for that. Again, designation of an additional signatory for the bank account. That's pretty self-explanatory. We don't need something else for that. Discussion of reporting protocol. Again, we don't have anything to present to the public because of that. Discussion for process for hiring chief of police. Again, we don't have any information to present to the public. This is a discussion amongst the board members. The same goes for, what was the other thing? The provisional, well, that's on the agenda, committee assignments. So, you know, the things that we have and that really there is something to present to the people, we present it to the people. I mean, so many of these things are just discussions. Yes, Tammy?
I think last meeting, trying this out was a failure, and I'd very much like to see us go back to having comments after the motion is made or whatever process we want to use, but I think leaving the public, having the public comment right at the beginning, we miss a lot, and I would much prefer to go back to how it was before, even if it takes more time.
All right. So we have a motion and a second to amend the agenda to go back to the other way of doing things. Any further discussion? Yes, Dave.
Well, I think what we're trying to do is adopting best practices from other jurisdictions. And what we found is a number of town councils, including Grand Junction, Crested Butte, a lot of the other town councils do not. We, as elected officials, are elected to do something. We're elected to use our best judgment in what we're doing. And I think the thinking here is when we have a lot of public comment on every single agenda item, what that does is bogs us down. It does for me. It bogs me down. It's not that the input isn't valuable. I still want that input. But I think it's really important that the public is able to see our deliberations. And what I see is very little deliberation from the board and a lot of back and forth with the public. And I think we were elected to sit in these seats to make decisions the best we can. And I'm against having public comment on every single agenda item as we go. I'm not trying to stifle the public, but I'm trying to adopt best practices so we as a board really deliberate and stay out of the weeds. A lot of times I've found that comments can lead us into detail that isn't really something that we need to do. So I'm not planning on voting in favor of this, but I want to be clear with the public that I'm not trying to squelch public input in any way here. What I'm trying to do is have us as a board step up to what we were elected to do, and that's deliberate among ourselves and try to make the best decisions we can. So That's my own perspective on it. Thank you.
Well, it seems like we are getting off topic here because this is actually an agenda item. And that we're going to do this, we should take this to that agenda item and continue this discussion at that time. So the motion right now is just to have us revert to the old protocol for this agenda. And so that has been made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
You got that, Amanda? Okay, roll call.
Trustee Bettinger? Trustee Johnson? Trustee Bear? Trustee Knudsen?
Nay.
Trustee Meck?
Nay.
Trustee Pattison?
I think I'm aye. I got confused on that. An aye to revert to the previous. Yeah.
Okay, that motion fails. So we're going to stick with the agenda as it's presented. All in favor of accepting the agenda as presented?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Okay, that motion passes. All right, next up on the agenda is announcements. We have the drought update and town water information. Travis, do you have any updates for us for September at this point?
Right now, our springs are holding up. We're still spilling water, and both tanks are full, so we're doing good.
Great. Okay, and in a minute, Mr. Burner. Okay, I have an announcement. I did check our census figures because I was curious as to what we're at. The town of Paonia is officially, according to the U.S. Census Bureau, 1,475 people strong. So 25 more and we're going to hit 1,500. We may go back down before we get there. But anyhow, that's where we are right now. The other thing is, if you'll notice the landscaping under the mural, that was completed this weekend. And that was done by Eileen Kevney, Jim and Elaine Brett, Lynn Howe, and a gentleman by the name of Dick who is new to town, and I didn't get his last name. And so they came out here on their own time, put in 8 hours worth of work to fix that piece up. They are going to be working on the other side this weekend. And if anybody wants to come out and volunteer and help them to make this a beautiful place, then probably 9 o'clock Saturday morning. So thanks to them. Yeah. All right, now, Mr. Bruner, you may make your announcement. Oh, wait, Mr. Knudsen has an announcement first.
This past week, Spectrum Charter Communications had a little ceremony at the Blue Sage, and some of you may have noticed that the satellite dishes are no longer on 3rd Street. What they've done is brought broadband into Paonia, and so now there's a competitor that's Charter Spectrum now is offering broadband to the community. In addition, they donated $2,000 to the Blue Sage.
All right, anything else from the board? Okay, seeing none. Mr. Bruner.
So Bill Bruner from 2nd Street in Paonia. Thank you very much for the effort to put things back to the way they were. I'm sorry I didn't go through. I don't really know what to say about it. I'm kind of apoplectic. So I prepared another initiative that I'm introducing here to you tonight. And this is an ordinance of the town of Paonia giving Paonia citizens in attendance at public meetings equal right to speak as that is afforded to trustees for discussion of all matters before the board. So here it is. If there's no reason to proceed with it, I would be very happy. But at this moment, I have no faith in this moment when our democracy is under attack and democracy is under attack over the world. You would want to diminish it. I just don't get it. I just don't get it. So here you go.
I believe that needs to go to the town clerk, and she is not here.
Well, you're in her place.
Thank you, Mr. Bruner. Now, let's move on. Any other further announcements? Yep. All right, let's move on with recognitions of visitors and guests. This is a time for anyone to comment on anything that is not currently on the agenda or to do community comment for reports, disbursements, and/or the consent agenda. Yes, ma'am. If you would come to the podium, state your name and just the street on which you live. Okay, you need to push the big gray button on the front there.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Marion Hillary. I live on Delta Avenue. I have two questions, and I know they won't be answered, but I'll just bring it up. It's regarding COVID in Paonia. A mandate is coming through as of the 31st of October that all healthcare providers and federal employees should have a shot or be tested once a week. Mask needs to be worn if you haven't had a shot. This probably isn't the case in Paonia. And I know that school teachers have had, school has been out at NIPSIS. A couple of the teachers have had COVID. Town administrator is positive with COVID, and she's been quite sick with it. And I'm wondering if everyone that's come in contact with her has been tested. And hopefully you have. Pardon? Tested after you've come in contact with her, because I know for a fact that some people that have had shots have contacted COVID. So I would ask that everyone that works with Corinne be tested. The other thing that I'd like to bring up is that the marijuana bill passed in November, and so far I haven't seen anything happening with it. I haven't seen any licensing or shops or businesses opening up or anything, and I'm just a little bit curious as to where you are on this. So those are my questions. You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Anyone else? Yes, Paige.
Paige Smith, Delta Avenue, and I am just going to bring up items that aren't on the agenda. And if you want me to go into the next set of public comment, I can, but I thought other people might want to do items not on the agenda.
Okay.
So mostly this is just a cleanup, questions about cleanup and status of commitments that have been made and things like that. So my first question is, a commitment was made to provide comments made by staff and board to the JDS report, that we were to see what comments were made on July 7th at the July 7th meeting, and we have not seen what comments were submitted to JDS Hydro on that report. And then, of course, that flows into the next question is, what is the status of the JDS Hydro final report? We've just not heard much about it. And what is the status of the compilation of emails and other correspondence between staff and JDS Hydro consultants that was requested, gosh, several months ago?
Would you repeat that one,
Sure.
Paige?
The compilation of all the emails and other correspondence between staff and JDS Hydro consultants as part of their creation of that report. I also am quite curious as to what was decided during the executive session regarding Corinne's 6-month evaluation. We've not heard any more about that. And this is a long-term thing. What is the status of the updated comprehensive plan? I know there was a lot of work put into that, but have not heard much about it for several months. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, Suzanne. Thank you. And I was remiss, I was going to give an update on Corinne during announcements. Corinne was Corinne does have COVID-19. She became very ill with it and did take one trip to the emergency room. She is home. She is recovering very well. She is likely to be back here in Town Hall either late this week or at the latest on Monday. And she has been cleared by her doctor for this. And so, being that she left the office and she discussed this with her physician at the time, she left the office the minute she had symptoms, and no one else has gotten sick. So I think we are okay as far as that goes. I did have extended contact with the chief of police, and I was tested and tested negative. So Corinne will be back. And I'm sure she can answer a whole bunch of your questions, Paige. All right. Anyone else? Yes, Thomas.
I figured I may as sorry, Thomas Markle, 302 2nd Street. I figured I may as well. Thanks. And while that happened, I can provide it to you. I had to request a link, and it's very difficult to wade through. But why doesn't our equipment work?
All right, anyone else? All right, seeing none. Oh, I'm sorry, Christina.
Christina Patterson, Price Road. I appreciate what Trustee Pattison tried to do. I really do. It is, no matter how you slice it, it's a shutting down of public comment and our democracy, really. And I appreciate those trustees that voted to bring it back. I appreciate what Bill Bruner is doing, and I will help in any way I can. I think it would be very easy to get 300 signatures in a weekend, so I'm on board with that. You have people that really care about this town that come here, and it's not easy to stand up and they speak to you about what you're missing, because a lot of the time, unfortunately, I hate to say it, but your admin is not giving you like what the ordinances are and what the statutes are, and she's not reading them. And there's a lot of examples. I don't have to go into it, but that's what's happening. We're not here just like for fun or anything. It's not fun, but there's things that have to be spoken of. And when you shut that down, Trustee Binger spoke of like the feeling that the town has, like with Chesnick and the non-transparency, and all of this is speaking to that. It's not transparent, and it's not a good image what's going on right now.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, seeing none, let's move on to the next, which is staff reports. First up, Public Works and Utilities. Travis. Oh, I'm sorry, Paige. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't want you to break it up. Okay. All right. Sorry. Hmm.
The first one is on page 8, and I was just curious, what were the primary duties of the Public Works employee that recently resigned?
Okay.
So that we know what needs to be, what a person they're looking for. And my next comment is on page 10 of the financial report, and I'm quite concerned about what was stated there, is that the Finance Committee is reviewing salary ranges and staffing levels for the 2022 budget. I just want to express my deep concern about that. That is Corinne's job. She is to be developing the budget. You all need to see that budget at the same time. There can be no input from trustees. You have to be a political body that is unbiased. By 2 members of your trustees interjecting your recommendations, your criticisms, your thoughts into the budget before anyone else has seen it. before doing all that, before anyone else has seen the budget, negates this being an unbiased system. If you're not confident in your administrator's ability to do the budget, then you need to contract with someone who can help her do it. But the fact that the two of you have been interjecting that means that you, when you see this budget, you've already made up your mind about salaries. I'm sorry, you're shaking your head no, but there's no way. The perception is you have been interjecting. We will not get the benefit of hearing, Trustee Knudsen, you have an HR background. We will not get the benefit of you seeing it at the same time as everyone else up here that's an elected official. So you are blurring the lines between doing your duty, representing the public, and being consultants to the staff. You cannot be consultants to the staff. If you have problems with the staff, you need to get them help or get new staff. So I'm very concerned about this, to the point that I'm not sure the two of you can come in an unbiased fashion to the budget when it comes to staffing. So I'm just putting that out there. I'm very concerned. And so my other question is, on page 16, there's a $96, this is in disbursements. High Country Printing, $96 for water leak reports. I'm just curious what a water leak report is and why, you know, it has to be printed. And is it something we're mailed? Is it given to the state? It's just a question. And lastly, on page 27, the minutes from last meeting indicate that the fence issue would be reported upon at this meeting, and I don't see it on the agenda, and I'm just wondering if it will be. And I just want to preface this with, I know you think I'm a troublemaker and I'm negative, but I did public administration and public work for my entire career. I know what it takes to do a good job. We expect that the products coming out of this town are done well and that as elected officials you understand your role, that you serve under the citizens. And I really feel like what has happened with the budget is exactly what Sam Light said do not do. You cannot micromanage staff and interject yourself into a process, and so you bias the process before it comes to the rest of the deliberative body. And I'm seeing this happen again and again, and I really think you all need to think about getting more training on what your duties and responsibilities are to the town, your fiduciary duty, because this budget is probably one of the most important things you do as elected deliberative body, and I feel like it's been tainted. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Suzanne.
So I'm speaking to the finance report. The revenue and fixed costs were provided for the budget were provided in the packet, and I would like to see a multi-year spreadsheet on that. And I don't know how can I get this? How can you provide this? Do I have to singly ask for it? Is it something you can provide everybody with? And then secondly, there's a mention here of the link to changes and timeline mentioned in the Family Act for PTO, and it was provided by Trustee Knudsen. This is an example of something that should have been provided by the town administrator to the trustees. That's the administrator's job, personnel. And I'd like to know, where is this link to the changes that's available for the public to view? So I don't know. I hate to do core requests for everything, but what's the best way to obtain things that apparently you've provided information? And is it available for the public to see? Was it in a former packet? It's in the finance report section. Sorry. I don't have the, yeah, it's, I don't have the page in front of me. And it wasn't jumping down. The links weren't working there.
Okay, well, Corinne can address it. I mean, Cindy will address it when we get to that portion
Okay,
of the program.
thank you.
Okay, anything else? Yes, Thomas. No, it's on. Yeah, it's on. Well, there's a volume button on the side that there's a volume dial.
Just go ahead with your message.
Somebody, please. We pay them so much fucking money, and it never works.
Here, use my phone.
We pay Phones Plus so much fucking money, and this equipment never works. It's useless.
No profanity, please, Thomas.
Profanity, I can say what I want. Okay, so I'm not sure why, but none of the documents that are produced regarding finances are searchable, ever. So if I wanted to go back, which I would love to have done, and said, okay, did we actually budget for new trucks for Public Works this year?
Yeah.
Did we? How do we find that? How can we find that? Because none of this is searchable. And every time I see it, I wonder if it's incompetence or if it's corruption. Because if you were trying to hide what you're up to, this is a great way to do it. You make the print tiny, you make it not searchable, you bury it, and then you throw it away. Okay? So I want to see documents that are live. I don't want to see copies of scans that are copies of documents that are printed, scanned, and then shredded and thrown away. You guys shouldn't be printing anything that doesn't need to be mailed, ever. Okay? It's ridiculous.
Why don't you leave it up there, Thomas? Bring the,
Anyone else? All right. Anyone else? All right. Seeing none, we're going to move on to Public Works and Utilities. Travis.
A written report was submitted, and I don't have anything else to add, but I would ask if you guys have any questions.
Yes. Would you please answer Paige's question about who was the Public Works person and what were they doing?
It was Jordan, and he was working in the parks and also on the trash and streets.
Okay. Okay. Other questions from the board?
the four-way stops over here that you indicated you're going to put in, I believe that they should have four-way stop underneath each one of the stop signs to indicate that they are a four-way stop.
Okay, I can order some more signage.
Yeah, thank you.
Other question from the board? Yes, Dave.
This wasn't a question, it was just a comment. I was pleasantly surprised to drive through 2nd Street and see that four-way stop in there. I do see people that have been here for quite a while just driving right through the stop sign because they're so used to coming down 2nd Street. So I just wanted to warn citizens that the stop sign does exist. There's crosswalks there. It's pretty well signed, but I think Trustee Bear's idea for a four-way stop underneath would be a good, prudent way to put it. Now, I also like to see all the other lining that was in town, the double stripes, those types of things. So I want to thank Public Works for that.
Thank you. Yes, Michelle.
Yeah, I also appreciate the work that's been done, the striping, the signs, they all look very professional. So thank you for that, and it was done in a timely way. So that's really appreciated. I had a question about the water data. I can see this is a different format than we received before, and we do have the additional plant information. That's great, but it looks like we're missing now the number of gallons sold, and we still don't have anything from the bulk fill station on this. So I'd like to see those added in so that we've got a more comprehensive view of where our water is coming from and where it's going.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, seeing none, let's move on to the police report. We don't have one. Finance director report. Cindy, do you want to address the High Country printing?
They were reports that I had made to where we can keep them in our trucks that we can fill out during a water leak. That shows the time the leak come in, the time it took us to repair it, what repair was made, where the location of the leak was at, and what parts we used to repair the lines.
Okay. Thank you, Travis. And then the other one on the PTO on page 11.
Mary, Madam Mayor,
Yeah.
I can comment on that. As part of my consulting practice, I go to a legal update that gives us employment law every year. And so I paid out of my own pocket to go to that. I came back from that, and I shared with the staff, and this is part of public service, I shared with the staff the legal update and the information from that, and PTO was part of it. I also shared it with our town attorney because it was pretty detailed employment law, and I thought it could help the town. So that's basically the origins of that.
Do you have any other comments on the report, Cindy?
I do not.
Okay. Bill?
Yes, I'd like to thank Paige for bringing up the comments on the assistance with the Finance Committee and reviewing the staffing levels and the budget. I find that of an ethical concern. You're already a step ahead of the rest of the council on the budget. And I think this is contrary to what Sam Light brought during the SRSA presentation. So I would ask people to refrain from doing that.
And we can have a further discussion on this when we get down to committee assignments. All right, anything else for the finance director? Yes.
Trying to balance my note-taking with my comments. Okay, on the finance report, we were supposed to get a report on the audit deficiencies that our auditor identified at this meeting, but that's not included, so should we expect that in the next packet?
Cindy?
I will try and get something written by next time.
And we were supposed to be reviewing the additional grant expenditures in this packet as well. The remaining $16,000 on the COVID-related grant that was scheduled for this agenda. Will that be on the next one?
Several of these things that should have been on the agenda, we decided not to put on the agenda because Corinne would be a saleable part of that conversation, and since she is not here, we would be missing a big piece of it. That includes the fence issue.
Okay, that's all I have on the finance report.
Okay. Anything else from anyone on the board? All right, seeing none, let's move on to town attorney report. Mr. Nerlin.
Thank you, Mayor. As you indicated with respect to, in my report and with respect to this agenda, there are several items that were planned or anticipated to be on tonight's meeting, but have since been tabled because we do not have our town administrator present. Included with that is the fence report. That's really the main thing that I wanted to highlight from my written report, but I'd welcome any questions that the trustees might have.
Do you have an update on the marijuana, where the marijuana licenses are currently?
I don't. I've reviewed the information that was provided to me from Ms. Ferguson in terms of the applications that have been submitted. And it is my understanding that the next schedule is just to, that the next step is to schedule the public hearings on those licensings.
Other questions for Mr. Nerlin? Dave?
Well, I think this helps answer a question from the public earlier about where are we with marijuana, because that citizen didn't know that we've passed the ordinance, we've set up all the administrative procedures. We're waiting for those in the private sector that want to submit applications to submit those, and then there'll be a public hearing on the
And
application.
those have even been submitted. I think it's just a matter, and again, I reserve the right to be proven wrong in this and everything else, but no, that it's just a matter of getting those scheduled, so.
Yes, Michelle.
There's a comment regarding the letter of intent from the Nature Connection. That, I don't know if I'm just misremembering, that's not familiar to me. I'm wondering if that's something that's been before the board or is coming before the board.
This relates back to the conversations in July with respect to the Nature Connection when they presented some of the trail connectivities discussions that are frankly three-way with respect to Nature Connection, the school, and the town. And again, I'm drawing back to the recesses of my mind, but I believe there was some discussion with the possibility of like-kind exchange from the town to assist with that portion of the trail that is on town property. And so it was just a review of that non-binding MOU with comments that eventually will come back to the trustees for approval.
Okay, if I'm remembering correctly, then from the last meeting, we have discussed this. We have not yet seen even a draft of the MOU, so we should expect that back before the board, is what you're saying?
Again, I felt like it was proper not to just send this on to you, but because Corinne's the point person, send my comments back to her. So.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions for the attorney? Yes, Michelle.
This is regarding the fence issue. I don't know if it's actually a question for the attorney, but there was a member of the public who brought some written materials to the board at the last meeting and asked that they be distributed to trustees. Right. And to date, I have not received those, so I just wanted to check on that.
Yeah, again, that is up to the town administrator, and she was not able to get that finished in time before she got sick. Okay, others? All right, seeing none, let's move on to disbursements. Can I get a motion on disbursements?
Reluctantly. I'd like to move that we approve accounts payable in the amount of $62,029.52. The Norris retirement payment of $1,680. The Chase credit card for $3,404.41. Transfer to payroll of $23,279.65. A transfer to payroll, both of these are from ops, of $27,075.70. Payroll taxes of $25,397.26 and $12,069.29, also payroll taxes. And that we have direct deposits of $23,279.65 for payroll, and a second direct deposit for $27,075.70.
I have a second. Questions? Yes, Bill.
The Peter Marshall charge was $74.75. CDOT grant dash bench. Where is this bench? That. Okay, so that's that one. Okay. That's the only question I had.
Other questions? Yes, Tammy.
Oh, dang it. Sorry. What stump was removed? Where was the stump that was removed? Or was that stumps, or is that one stump?
That, excuse me, that was several stumps that were in front of the old Casa building at be Third and Grand, between the sidewalk and the curb.
Other? Yes, Michelle.
So my question on disbursements, we've got the striping, and it's pretty clear what that charge is for, but the amount is $14,000, and I'm wondering if we went through a formal bidding process for that.
We did not go through a formal bidding process. That was 7 crosswalks and the striping in town. They were the company that I used in the past, and the other company that was a competitor with them is no longer in business.
So just to follow up on that, based on our current purchasing policy, which I know we're reviewing, but in the current purchasing policy, any projects over $10,000 do have to go through a formal bidding process. If there's going to be an exception to that, that needs to be presented to the board why staff, the administrator, is the person who's authorized to make that exception, and that has to be presented to the board. So again, we're not adhering to our own policy at this time, and I would like to see us do better.
Any other questions or comments? Yes, Dave.
Well, I'm just wondering, in the case where it's N of 1 with the people that can do it, maybe it would be good to put it out for bid for next year to see who else is available and see if there's other alternatives. I can understand the issue with there's several little projects, but that's one way to get around the purchasing policy, is to put it in a bunch of different policies. So I'm sorry we missed that when we went through that, and thanks for bringing it up.
And that may be a case where we want to think about how we're writing this into our new purchasing policy. But with our current policy, even if there's only one company that can provide the service, we still have to go through the formal process to at least have that exception decided at the administrator level and bring that before the board before we approve the purchase. And we're just not following our policy.
Any other? All right, seeing none, I have a motion and a second to approve disbursements. Oh, I'm sorry.
Mary. I do have another question,
Sure.
but it's on the bank balances, not on the disbursements. Yeah. So I had brought this up to Corinne, and I was told that there is some disagreement among trustees on this, but it's not something we've discussed as a group. So I wanted to see if we can either discuss it or get it on the next agenda. I would like to see on the bank balances and the cash position that we adopt the language that we have approved in our policy that we just approved on finance and balances and debt reserve and all of that. I'm forgetting the name of the policy. But we approved this policy, and it was well written, and it uses the language of restricted, committed, or reserved when we're talking about how funds are set aside. And so what I'd like to do is see us adopt that language anytime we're describing things that would be considered restricted, committed, or reserved, so that we're consistent.
So you're on page 15, right?
So 1, that policy has not been approved by the board. 2, that is not, that's reserves, which would be the equivalent of equity reserves or working capital reserves, not cash balances and cash position.
I don't want to get into an argument tonight, but according to my records, we did approve this by a vote several months ago. And I think the language and the descriptions of what those things mean, restricted, committed, and reserved, would still apply in this case and would just make it more clear why the funds aren't available for use. So I'm spending too much time on it already. I'd like to get it on an upcoming agenda so we can have a formal board decision on this.
Can we make a motion to that effect?
I move that we add a discussion of the language for restricted, committed, and reserved to our next board meeting for a decision.
Do I hear a second? Just further discussion? Yes, Karen.
On here, on cash position, it says restricted to sewer, restricted to this. All the restricted stuff is on there. It's not on the bank balance, but it's in the cash position. So it may be sitting someplace else. I don't know whether it is or not, but it says what it's restricted for. On the, I'm missing something.
So it all says restricted instead of differentiating between things that are
Restricted to sewer capital, restricted to loan requirement,
right,
restricted to
and they
bridge.
all use the language of restricted, not differentiating between things that are committed because the board has committed those funds. And I'm
Oh.
forgetting which definition is which, but there are 3 different categories of why funds might be held aside and not available for use. And I just think it would be more clear if we're using that language consistently.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments or questions? All right, we have a motion to add the language for bank funds to the next agenda. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, we have 1 nay. All right, that motion passes. All right, anything else on disbursements? Yes. Okay. Anything else before we vote on disbursements? All right, seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
All right, that motion passes. All right, next up is the consent agenda. Can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I move that we approve the consent agenda.
I have a second?
Second?
Discussion?
Second.
Yeah, we got it. Discussion? Yes, Bill.
To the extent that there are fees associated with the Kids Pasta project, are we charging them or are we waiving them? Okay, thank you.
Other questions? All right, seeing none, we have a motion and a second to accept the consent agenda. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion passes. Let's move on to unfinished business. Community comment period for unfinished business. Who would like to say something? Yes, Paige.
Is the
This works. Sorry. Paige Smith, Delta Avenue, and my comment has to do with the mayor role and responsibilities on page 36 of the packet. And my concern is the mayor would like to be the grant writer on item number 6. And I understand your motivation for wanting to do that because you obviously have some experience writing grants, but this kind of follows up on my other concern about the budget. And Corinne's contract has her as responsible for develops and supervises grant applications and awards. So this is something she agreed to when she accepted the position. So if you agree that she doesn't have the requisite experience to do grant writing, then you need to talk as a deliberative body as to whether you want to contract that out. Because the mayor cannot be an employee of the city. And it is Corinne's job to supervise the people doing the grant writing. She cannot supervise the mayor. You have to extract yourselves from being volunteer staff. That is not your role. That is the administrator's job, and she needs the requisite staff to do it. So I understand your motivation, Mayor Bachman, but it's not appropriate at all. It needs to be formally contracted out in a formal way. It cannot be anyone other than the mayor, anyone ad hoc writing grants. And I also want to add that the reason this is the administrator's job is because that position understands what is going on citywide with staffing, budgets, time. Grants are never free. Yes, you get money, but you obligate staff time to the grant, to implement the grant, to deal with the money, to deal with the reports, and it's not a free lunch. It is not always good to go after money just because it's there. So it's the administrator's job to understand the comprehensive plan, and if the grant that's being offered by whomever, if it's not part of what you all want done in this town, do not go for that grant. You're not getting anything from it. So again, absolutely inappropriate for you to, Mayor Bachran, to volunteer your time as a grant writer. Who is going to supervise you? No one. And it can't be Corinne because you supervise her. So please do not do that. If you want to do contracting, hire a professional person, do an RFP, and hire a professional grant writer, and let Corinne supervise that person. And the other part of the mayor's proposed duties, which of course I can't find, is number 8. And I also understand your motivation for searching out information about the town, because when the mayor is a part of it, it is certainly gravitas to have the mayor be part of a conversation. But again, this needs to be done in conjunction with either the administrator or another staff person who has knowledge of things like water rights for the town. Because again, information is being imparted potentially to the mayor and no one else may ever hear about it. And it's the administrator's job to take that information and synthesize it into a policy to be brought before all of you. So I know it's hard to not do those things because you have the contacts. And I'm not saying you can't do those things, but you should do them in conjunction with the administrator. Also being on the phone, being part of the research, part of the conversation that you're having. Because again, you're blurring the lines between elected officials and staff. And it's just not a good governance position to be in. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, Suzanne.
The agenda is a little confusing to me because it has the topic on 11 committee assignments. I'm not sure, does this mean that you're going to be voting on something, or was it just picking up where you left off? Okay, I was hard to figure if I had to compile a comment. And then one other thing I noticed was in the mayor list of duties, they're labeled as being either administrative or managerial. To me, administrative and managerial are the same thing, and I thought that's what we were trying to get away from for the mayor, because it's stepping on the toes of the administrator. So I was a little confused by that, and then I hope you'll explain that. Thank you.
Anyone else? Yes, Bill.
Yeah, what we just saw here with the excuse of the Finance Committee for missing the town purchasing policy with the striping of the road. It's a perfect example of how the staff or the board, the elected officials getting involved in the town's day-to-day business, and they are involved, and they're blessing what's going on, and they don't know what they're doing necessarily. And then it's an excuse for the staff when they've missed this because he let them do it. Well, it wasn't his decision. It can't be. He has no decision without a vote of the board. So I just think it's a general example of the hazards of blurring the line, which is just happening over and over here. The other thing is with the, how do you phrase it? provisional meeting protocol review. It's like, I don't remember ever hearing in any discussion of governance for this country that efficiency was the goal. If efficiency is the goal, let's appoint Mary and Dave, king and queen, and let them take care of this stuff, and we won't have to go to these silly meetings anymore. I think you're really missing the boat. One of the things that I think, and maybe Mr. Nerland's going to correct me here, the Supreme Court's come out with various rulings on freedom of speech, and it's maybe not exactly applicable to this situation, but it's relevant. One of the things that they consider is the history of the organization. And the history of Paonia is that since its inception, people have been able to come to these meetings, and when they hear something that they want to respond to, they've been allowed to stand up and make their piece. And I mean, who do you think you guys are? That now, because you want to be efficient, the citizenry no longer is to be involved. I mean, you can't make meaningful comments on things before they're discussed. When they're kept secret, they're not there's nothing about them in the packets and stuff. And maybe you understand that, but most people don't. I think it's a bad policy. I really hope that you guys come to see that too and get back to a little bit of business as usual there. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, seeing none, let's move on with the discussion of committee assignments. We did get a review from GAPS as to what they are currently doing. I would like to hear from the Public Works, Utilities, and Facilities. What are you currently involved in? And we were also discussing the rationale for having a standing committee versus having an ad hoc committee.
I view the Public Works Committee to meet with the responsibilities to meet with the staff, Corinne and Travis, to go over problems that they've had, make suggestions as to what they should bring to the council, which is most of the time we recommend they come to the council, and to generally see that to our satisfaction that Public Works is being run appropriately.
Can you clarify what we're involved in? We're not involved in anything. I mean, we're trying to do our jobs here, and I think the only thing we have really touched upon is the water meter on the opposite side of the railroad tracks from a property owner, but we have not given it, we're not involved in that. We are looking into it. So I'm not sure what you mean by what we're involved in.
And that was probably a bad choice of words. I was looking at, so what the GAPS is doing, they listed what they were currently doing. And that's kind of like what I was trying to get to. It's like, what are you currently looking at? And then, again, we were talking about a rationale for having a standing committee versus an ad hoc committee.
Well, really, one of the things we're looking at is the JDS Hydro report, what the steps they recommended, and trying to move those solutions forward. As well as concerns that I particularly have about the sewer plant.
Okay. All right. Yes, Michelle.
So just to maybe clarify this a little bit, Trustee Knutson moved at the last meeting that all committees bring their ongoing assignments to this meeting with a review through the lens of governance versus management. That was the intent, or that was the motion that passed.
Right. Do you have something to say? Okay. So, looking at you said you were working on the JDS hydro study.
We are, we've all read the JDS Hydro report. They specifically mentioned several things. And we are asking questions on how we can move those projects forward. The first one being the tank lining, the second one being the valve to transfer water, PRV valves, and just go down the list out of the JDS Hydro report.
And would you guys class that as governance or management?
Well, I classify it as governance. We look at that as a project that we hired a contractor to do a job. They brought suggestions, and we want to see them brought forward. So we're trying to emphasize those as goals for the Public Works staff.
Okay, well, I guess let's discuss this as a board. Do we feel this is a worthwhile standing committee? And what are the other board feelings on this? Yes, Dave.
Well, I think this is the thing that gets really tough because we can't be experts as individual trustees on every single thing. And I really look to Bill and Tammy on the water board and Bill for his expertise in utilities to really help guide us in what we're trying to do. And they, by virtue of them being on that committee, are willing as a service to the town to do a deeper dive with it, ask questions of staff. So isn't that a proper oversight role? That's my question.
And I guess that's a board discussion, yes. Yes, Bill.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a really fair question, and I don't know if this is necessarily legal advice, but maybe procedural advice in terms of, you know, what kind of I envisioned for this discussion was, one, just what we saw from gaps in the packet in terms of, and I'm not trying to shame any committee one way or the other, but like this is what we're, you know, working on, because kind of view that as the template for, okay, now do we need to put together, you know, a resolution in terms of getting the authority in place so it truly is recognized by the board. And so maybe the kind of the question is, I think we might run into, my concern is if we kind of do this ad hoc with respect to this issue, this issue, this issue, potentially in 6 months, we might be back at the same table, at the same spot, and with, okay, well, what was the direction that was given to Public Works Committee? And okay, well, we're going back to the first meeting in September in terms of what that discussion was. And I think it would probably be better, in my opinion, and I don't know if it starts at the committee level or at the staff level, but ultimately being ratified by the board in terms of this is exactly what it is, and it's in writing, so it's almost like the charter for that committee.
Okay. So I guess what you're saying, Bo, is that we need then the committees to basically write their own quote-unquote charters?
I mean, charter is probably a strong term, but that is the concept I'm getting at in terms of the direction. Ultimately, that whole concept needs to be approved by the board. I mean, so I think it can come from the committee in terms of these are the projects that we're looking at. This is how we would see, again, going to the big concept of this is the governance role of the committee and writing, you know, writing it up.
Okay. I can see that definitely as something doable. What do the committees think about this?
Okay, I guess I flipped my mic on. One thing that might be helpful for us in this is I think GAPS did a pretty good job of what they have, and Karen and I have prepared at least what we have, and we seem to be the big controversial committee tonight. So really to partially go over what we see as management or governance might be helpful too, because we have in our packets what's happened with, so for personnel and finance, meeting before last, Karen included in our packet what our duties were, so that was already done. So I will just read them so you can refresh your memory. So under the personnel area, we had Annual review of employee handbook for anything that might need to be updated. Present suggested policy changes to the board for approval. We saw that as possible governance. Review with the town administrator to make sure all job descriptions and reviews are up to date. You know, here's where we get a little confused. Is this oversight to make sure it's done? We've had questions in board meetings from trustees saying, our review's done. Who's supposed to find that out? So is that the administrator should be coming back and we should take that person's word for it? Or what I got from the board in that is, no, we wanted to actually see and look that those were done. So, you know, one of the things we're running into in Paonia is this just climate of lack of trust. A climate that there's something going on behind. And I can certainly understand that as a citizen before I joined the board, how I felt about whether I trusted our town government. And I think the problem we had with the Chesnick situation really fomented a lot of that distrust. I wish we had time to do things behind the scenes and stuff like that, but we don't. You know, what we're trying to do is bring our best judgment to the table. So I'll continue on our list. Annual review of CML salary data to ensure Paonia is in line with other municipalities of similar size and budget. This is something could just be brought to the board as a report. We don't necessarily have to look at that in private. But we feel we help the board move to the next level if we make some recommendations. We don't make decisions, but we make recommendations to the board. So kind of like what Public Works does with JDS Hydro, we look at that salary thing and do a deeper dive into it, and then we make recommendations to the board. But we're not fomenting policy. We're not. And we're not looking at individual people. Review with the town administrator on staffing and benefit to meet goals for the coming year within the budget. We saw that as governance. So those were the personnel areas, and really we want, if the board wants us to, we can just boil it down to doing a personnel audit once a year, and here's the components you think we should look at, and just to have outside eyes, because that's a lot. I'm going to move into finance next, but that's a lot what we do in finance. Finance is really because typically in a government, and Paige might correct us on this, but a lot of governments just, they approve the disbursements as we did tonight, and then the administrator and the finance director, the people that are authorized to sign checks, go ahead and do that. You don't have the mayor or town trustees actually signing the check, which is kind of a management kind of thing, that's really a staff function. So under finance, general review of the town's internal controls, banking, reserves funds, payroll, and purchasing. And we've done that with a treasurer every year. So we saw that as governance. With the treasurer and finance director, review approved invoices and sign approved checks twice a month. That's management. That's not getting into governance. That's the nuts and bolts stuff. Make recommendations for budget. We saw that as management. That's why we're getting some feedback tonight about what we said about the budget. Review the preliminary audit. That's again a management kind of thing, and maybe we shouldn't be doing that. And then the last is review asset inventory and disposal recommendations, and we see that also as management. So, you know, I concur with the comments that we've gotten from the public tonight about, you know, hey, you guys are doing a deep dive because of the suspicion that a lot of people have about the town and whether things are run right. We feel like it's our responsibility to do a deeper dive. So that's where we're at, and we appreciate board guidance on what you think's right, what you think's wrong. Thank you.
Yes, Michelle.
So I have a few comments on this. I really think everything that's been brought up tonight is management rather than governance in terms of committee responsibilities. In my mind, the way a board committee should function is, as we started talking about at the last meeting or 2 meetings ago, it should be more of an ad hoc thing, where if the board has a topic and we cannot get enough information in a regular meeting to get to a point where we can make decisions, the board can assign individual trustees based on their expertise to do a deeper dive and to bring back recommendations. And I think it should always flow like that. I think it should be the board tasks certain people with doing a certain job with a deadline. that comes back to the board, and that is the end of that project as far as that committee is concerned. So the next time there's a need for an ad hoc committee, it might be the same people or it might be different people, depending on the specific project and the expertise we need to get more and better information so that the board can make a decision. I think really specifically on the finance side, our administrator's contract specifies part of her job duty is to serve as the director of HR. I think a lot of what is coming out of the personnel committee is really HR responsibilities. And so what we're doing is, what we're doing with a couple of things is taking something that we have in our administrator's contract, and instead we're doing it as board members and taking that responsibility and the opportunity to learn how to do that from our administrator. So I really hope that as a board we can take a close look at what we're taking on that we have already assigned to someone else on staff, and how best we can take tasks when we're talking about committees and really focus on doing things that support board decision making and not support, not do staff's job.
Yes, Karen.
So do you think that the oversight of the town administrator should fall on the mayor and that she should oversight everything?
No, frankly, I don't think the administrator should have a day-to-day manager because she is supposed to be the CEO of the town.
Oversight, there.
No, I think that should be the board as a whole. I think we as a
Okay, so
board
we
are
should all as a whole go and see that these things are done that she's supposed to do.
when we need to. I think as the CEO of the town, she has the responsibility to complete certain tasks and report on how those tasks are completed. I don't think that as a board we would be viewing the same level of detail that the Finance and Personnel Committee does now. I think that there are other ways. I think some of what the committee does, as Trustee Knutson was mentioning, is reactionary to a lack of trust. And I think there are other ways for us to communicate information and work to build that trust back up beyond getting overly involved at the management level.
It's all right with me.
Well, I guess my concern is, especially with the financial checks and balances, this was set up to, again, make sure that that nothing was going on underneath the table after Chesney, because there were so many things that were being done incorrectly at that point in time. And my only question is, if we dissolve the Finance Committee, who does that then? That it has outside eyes on this, that's not directly there writing the checks. Because again, it can be suborned. And so having somebody from the board overseeing that seems to me a very valuable asset.
Not to dig too much on the Finance Committee with this, but if what we were doing was effective, how has our purchasing policy been applied over the last 2 years, 5 years? So I don't know that we're accomplishing that with our current arrangement. And I would go back to my suggestion from the last meeting that we adopt the open checkbook module from ClearGov. It goes on our website. It's updated real time. And then not only do all board members have access to that information, but all of the public does as well. I think that creates a pretty good layer of oversight and also helps build trust.
That's a great goal to work toward. That involves the software, and we're a little restricted right now. But I agree that that's a great thing to work toward.
And I would like to probably talk to Ross King, and maybe Bill, you understand the processes that were put in place after the Chesnick thing. Were you involved at that point in time?
No, I came on the board approximately 2 years later. So the policies were put in place, not long before I started on the board, but I think that they were designed with the treasurer's appointment and the 2 signers of checks to provide some level of security that we wouldn't be have our money embezzled again. Frankly, I don't disagree with the check signing. I think that's probably something we should be doing. The Standing Personnel Committee, I don't know if that serves a purpose other than to get trouble started. I mean, personnel belongs to the town manager. Doesn't belong to any committee. We meet with Travis, we go over what he's working on, and we make suggestions, and then we leave. We meet 1 hour a month with him is all we do. And I think that between him and the manager, that's their job to do. We provide strictly the oversight. And I think we get ourselves in trouble by doing too deep a dive into things that's really none of our business. If we don't like what the manager's doing, get us a new one.
Okay, I still have the issue with the check signing. And I think we had discussed, maybe it was the last meeting or maybe the one before, of having 2 board members be assigned to writing checks on a rotating basis. But I think that extra level of security, having the board members actually signing the checks and not the finance director and the town administrator, if we have an outside treasurer, then that could be one of the standing people, and then a board member could come in as well. But I really think the security issue of having a board member sign those checks is a necessary procedure.
I'm not opposed to doing things for security and having like an extra level of control, but it feels to me like security theater. I doubt the level of actual security it's providing for us.
Well, this was back in the days before ClearGov, and really we don't have ClearGov up and operating today. I think the check signing and the fact that we approve all the bills, but you know, we approve all the bills, all the things, but we don't know what happens after we approve them. You do as a committee member, but the rest of us don't. If you weren't signing a check, we would have no idea. That's why I think it should be at least 2 people from the board involved in at least the signing of the checks.
Because, I mean, I'm not casting aspersions on Cindy and Corinne, but they could literally get together and make up a fake company and write a check. And it could appear on ClearGov and whatever, but I think at least in the check signing, I mean, that's kind of like my bottom line on this, to have the board at least involved in that portion of it. Yes, Karen.
And last time we talked about additional signers. It's quite a rigmarole. I'm trying to get signed on some other account for another organization. It's quite a rigmarole with the bank. And if we have rotating signers, it's going to cause real chaos. I would like to request that we name Bill as an additional signer. Yeah, okay. But this rotating signers is not going to work.
Or when we appoint a treasurer, the treasurer can be an outside set of eyes or whatever. Yes, Michelle, you were going to say something?
I was just getting my computer screen back on.
Okay. Sorry. Yes, please.
I want to talk a little bit. First of all, apologize for missing that piece on the 14 and the purchasing policy. I'm really sorry about that, and I have to be tighter on that. So I admit that was a mistake on my part. I want to talk about being in Paonia for almost 20 years now and serving on nonprofit boards, which I've been doing quite a bit of. Almost every nonprofit board I've ever joined has been so short of staff that there is such a blur, and that happens with almost every nonprofit here in the community, that there's a huge blur because there's so much that needs to be done with the nonprofits, and board members are working board. So that's part of my background coming in, and part of why I ran for the town, because I thought I could be helpful with my HR background, bringing more of that to the town. We are not Crested Butte, we are not Ridgeway, we are not Uray, and what I hear from citizens in the town is This is a town with limited resources. And so the thing that's really tough for us, can we afford to hire an HR person? Can we afford to hire a grant writer? Can we afford to do all these professional services that people are asking for? That's a real question. And are we really missing opportunities for help when asked? Now, that may be the part where it's been really fuzzy, where everyone on the board has a certain amount of expertise, and it's really staff's job to ask, not our job to provide. So maybe that's the issue.
Yes, Bill.
There's a lot of difference between a nonprofit organization and a statutory town. There are rules to follow, and if we are short of staff, we're short of staff, we'll have to have that discussion. Or maybe there's other projects that be set on the side and let hire additional staff. But I think for the governance of the town to get involved within the activities of the town administrator and her staff, I think we're asking for ourselves for trouble. That's why we get out of Travis's way, we stay out of his way. We meet once a month, we talk for an hour, and we leave. It's not our responsibility, it's his. And if we don't think he's getting the job done, well, then we should react to that. But not to put ourselves in a position where we're trying to help him. Or, you know, for that matter, stand in the way for anybody else.
Yes, Michelle?
So I'm just going to add a comment on that, and I agree with most of what you have to say. But you mentioned the committee providing some oversight, and that's not what committees are supposed to do. The oversight for the public works director should be the town administrator, and that is where any conversations about performance should be happening. And I know that we've operated in a fuzzy way, and I know that I'm personally very guilty of getting deep into the weeds and putting out a lot of questions to staff that are really where I'm holding on to things too tightly and tracking things beyond the level where I should. And the conversation that we've started over the last few months and with our training with CIRSA on governance versus management has really brought that to light for me, and I'm trying to do my best to back off, but I think our committees, all of our committees have that same problem, and I think that's why I feel very strongly that every committee, maybe with the exception of check signing for now until we can transition into a different system, I think it should all be ad hoc and only things as directed by the board.
Please don't misinterpret my comments. I wasn't saying they have oversight over the finance or the public works director. We have an oversight over or looking into what the town is doing in the public works arena.
Yeah, it's very sticky. I agree, and I agree with Michelle and with Dave. You know, I have been on multiple nonprofit boards, working boards, and even when I was director at Southwest Mental Health, I did a lot of just hands-on work because there just weren't enough staff to do it. But I have worked with boards that were very hands-off and that staff had anything above upper management had absolutely no contact with the board whatsoever, and the board was very much just a governance board and nothing else. So yeah, I know I get caught in, here's a project, it needs to be done, I can do this, I'm going to do it, because I have the time and the energy and the expertise to do it. And I probably have been doing too much stuff and probably need to back off as well on this. I tend to agree with Michelle. I think with the exception of check signing, I think committees should be ad hoc committees. And that when we have a need for a deeper dive or more, or to find out something else, for example, we have 3 bids that come in. Having somebody to sit down with Travis and look over those bids and then make a recommendation to the board, I think would be a very helpful kind of thing. I'm not sure, even having served on the Public Works Committee, it's really fascinating to see everything that's going on and making sure that things are going forward. But it's not the committee's responsibility. That is the town administrator's responsibility. And so, yeah, I would tend to agree with Michelle that we dissolve the committees and assign people to check sign, and then go ahead and assign tasks as needed when they are needed. Dave?
Well, I think we're also having to replace me for sure because I'm going to be out of town all next month. And so I think that's on the agenda for a
Right.
check signer, and I welcome someone to be replacing me in that function. It's fine.
Yeah. Well, still, we did need, we have a couple of steps here as far as finance goes. We do have to get a town treasurer. That town treasurer can be appointed to sign checks, which would give us the additional oversight. So, would somebody like to make a motion about committees? Yes, Michelle.
I move that we dissolve all standing committees and assign 2 trustees specifically to check signing responsibilities with an alternate.
Do I hear a second?
Second that.
Further discussion? All right, seeing none, we have a motion on the table to dissolve all committees and assign 2 board members to checks. Oh, I'm sorry, Tammy.
This is where some public comment would really come in handy. Just saying. And I am going to add to that that I made the wrong vote earlier and I feel like a complete idiot. I think we should have public comment at this point, and I think it's probably neither here nor there, but I think it is glaringly missing from this conversation.
I would tend to agree with you, Tammy. As a matter of fact, I was going to change my whole perspective when we got down to the provisional meeting thing.
Well, I know we have a motion on the table.
Yes.
But I'd like to make a further motion that would fit underneath it.
Okay, amend the motion?
We take our vote after we have public comment.
Second.
All in
Aye.
favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, the floor is now open for the public. Yes. Joni.
My name's Joni Hunt, and I live on North Fork. Been here about a year. My question is, this check signing, the check signing, is there also the responsibility to research, say, okay, here's the company, the job is complete, this is the right amount, or is it just signing?
It definitely is. You get the invoice, you look at the invoice, you look at the check, you make sure that they match, and before you sign the check. Yeah, so the invoice already has to be approved by the department head prior to it coming to the check signers, who then match invoice to check.
Okay, because I remember there was a problem once where when the kitchen was being
Oh, right.
redone and the work wasn't finished, and that can happen. I'm sure you guys are doing a lot, but I just didn't understand. And then, do you itemize those responsibilities? Do you write that down, or is that just check signing? I mean,
That is the process for check signing.
and that's written somewhere or some.
Not that I know of.
Maybe it doesn't need to be.
Oh, it is. Cindy's saying yes, it is.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Okay. So it's a big job, really. It is a big job.
Right, it's a big responsibility.
I mean, time consuming too.
That too.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Paige.
Thanks for letting us have an opportunity to speak, because a lot of interesting, important things came up. Joni just brought up Paige Smith, Delta Avenue, sorry. Joni brought up a very interesting thing, and of course, I have been a person who has been quite concerned about some of the disbursements. Perhaps the disbursements, and correct me if I'm wrong, perhaps you should talk about the disbursements after, and then sign the checks.
Yep, we do.
Well, and sign all the receipts, because when I did my Cora on the Don's Market receipts, when were they signed by the committee?
The checks do not get signed until the disbursements are made. The checks are written. They get approved by the board. Then the following day, the checks are signed.
So here was the weak link there, is that no one except the two committee members on Finance and Personnel actually see the receipts.
Right.
For what is being signed
Correct.
off on, which is the issue I had. So what's that? I'm sorry. Right, but that's not really an open meeting. There's no agenda. If you work or have other obligations, you can't be there. I just wonder if, maybe my bringing these things up has squelched some of these things I was concerned about, and it's not just me. I'm not saying I'm in charge by any means, but is there some way to have more checks and balances on what is being spent on? What things are being paid for that would take care of some of the things that I brought up, like the kitchen being paid for when it wasn't finished? That was, complete happenstance. I don't know if that's the issue here, but I definitely think you need people signing checks. I think you definitely need that oversight. And this is going into the next part of the agenda, but I personally would love to understand what the treasurer does, and that's not in this packet, so I'm jumping ahead. And again, this is an administrator council form of government, and exactly like Trustee Bear said, it is not a philanthropic board. I've been on those two. This is very different, much more governance, statutes, etc. So thank you for your discussion, and I absolutely agree that I think the committee should be dissolved. Thank you.
Any other comment? Yes, Suzanne.
I was taking notes, but they're kind of scattered around here. So perhaps you could make a provisional committee protocol to test this out. I understand the difficulty in thinking about dissolving committees. It's something that I think is worth trying out and seeing how it goes. I remember when I was on the board, I don't think I really got it. I mean, I'm understanding more and more, as the years go by and I watch meetings and I'm more cognizant. But I remember in the past, sometimes Mayor Stewart would say, would the board like to make a motion to send this to a committee? And so it seemed like his approach, his direction as the mayor was to poll the board and say, is this something we want to send to a committee, instead of the committee deciding this is what I want to do. And that's more of the board, a board consensus, rather than two people thinking this is what their job or their responsibility is. So I don't know where that might go into the thought process here. I was, okay, so as far as the check signing, all these receipts are reviewed after you vote whether or not to make the expenditure. I mean, the disbursements, and that's what's really odd, because I remember some really odd expenditures that really irritated some board members when I was on the board, and it was too late to do anything about, because they had been bought and they couldn't be returned. It was mosquito wipes, or sunscreen with mosquito wipes, or something, like a box of 5,000 packets or something like that, and it just seemed like a ridiculous expenditure at the time. And so that's the same thing. Okay, so another thing is from this book that I've been skimming. And I've had a discussion with someone about this, and they were a little bit in disagreement with me because they were saying, since we're government, there's like ethics and in the way that money gets spent, and money has to be spent for the public purpose. So, and in this book, you know, it's boards in general. It's not only town boards that he's talking about, but have the board values been, I mean, have you sat down and thought about your board values? And what direction do you give your administrator as to how you would like to see money spent? So, I mean, I know this might not be debatable since we are government. So, for instance, just because a few committee members think it's okay to spend money on coffee and pop, is that really appropriate? How does the whole board feel about this? But maybe it's a moot point because maybe you're not even supposed to be spending money that way to begin with. Also, the purchasing policy. So when we dissolve committees, the one thing that I'm a little bit leery about here is the one committee that I think has been the most problematic, which is the Finance Committee, with the two individuals that are currently on it, are going to be able to keep their positions. And yet, I think some of their actions have been the things that have made us stray into this discussion. And I hate to see, you know, that, I mean, I do think it would be helpful for board members in general to get some experience on that finance committee. You know, do that rotating thing. If it's 3 months, I was never on the finance committee when I was on the board. I was rather intimidated by it. But I would be very curious to see what actually goes on. And perhaps if it doesn't work out for someone or they don't want to do it, they can say, look, I'd rather not get into that. But, you know, there might be some board members who would like to actually be involved in that. So looking at the possibility of having alternates would be good. And I don't think there's a security. I don't understand why there's such a security threat to that, because I see there's a security threat to what the standing system that we have right now. I'm very concerned by that. And then side discussions can happen during the committee meetings that are very innocent, but they actually start straying into the wrong topic, like personnel, even though it's just a finance committee meeting. You know, these are things that you have to be cognizant as board members. So I don't know if I was able to contribute anything to the discussion, but just some things to think about.
Okay.
And thanks for opening it up.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, Bill.
Sure, Bill Brunner, 2nd Street. So yeah, you're short on staff. One of the reasons you're short on staff is you made the decision to eliminate a staff position, the clerk, by making the staff, the clerk and the administrator the same person. And so now we're in a situation where when the administrators or the clerk is sick, town's half shut down. You can't have a meeting, can't submit a petition. You know, yeah, you're short on staff, it's your fault. You should do something about it. The oversight is a valuable function and it needs to happen, and it's not management. It becomes management when the board member agrees that something is proper and blesses it and then takes responsibility for something that happened. They've obviously gone too far. If it's their fault, they went too far. So it's a slippery slope. Paonia is not a nonprofit. Nonprofits are private corporations. They just have this niche under the IRS, and they can do whatever they want. The town is a public entity spending public money. There's laws about how that money is to be spent and the duties that are available or proper for people involved in it. There's laws, and you guys need to study them. And so if the committees are dissolved, which may be a good decision, I urge you to be wary of oversight fatigue, where you have the same individuals doing the same rote tasks over and over and over, like looking at invoices and signing checks. Those are rote tasks. There's no deep, I appreciate the effort, but it's not a deep thing. It's mind-numbing. And it should be rotated between different members of the board. If it's a hassle to get the signature cards changed, start a month early. But it really should rotate between different people because it is very interesting to see what goes on in that finance committee. Ooh, the finance committee. You know, I mean, it's for real. It should be opened up to where people rotate through it. The other thing is there are exceptional circumstances, and one of them is that this town has a moratorium on the sale of water taps right now. And I think it is entirely appropriate that the board maintain a position of oversight as a liaison between the town and the staff and the board and the public about the condition of the town's infrastructure until this very important matter is resolved. So if there's going to be an ad hoc committee, that would be my suggestion for the first one. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, Christina.
Christina Patterson. I think that it's a good idea to get rid of the committees. I would like to see fresh eyes on the financial, like one person that has the skills to dive deep into certain aspects, and that would be tracking the financials more. I think it was a serious misstep that the purchasing policy wasn't followed, not just one time, but twice. The first was with that COVID reimbursable grant, and everybody said, oh, we understand, and we'll never do it again, and now with the crosswalk. So, you know, I really would like to see fresh eyes on the financials with someone that really comprehensively understands. And I really liked Thomas's suggestion of being able to really track it. I would like to know what's spent on the 1 million gallon water tank, what's spent on the 2 million, what's spent on truck repairs, you know, and on and on and on. And it's not easy in the system. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, Thomas.
Still Thomas Markle, 302 2nd Street. So it sounds like we're trying to build trust, I think is kind of Dave's theme. And I think that if you want to do that, you need to hold staff accountable when they betray your trust, right? When they say that they're going to do something and it doesn't get done, and rather than results, you get an excuse, nobody's accountable, right? So you get lied to. I've been lied to a lot by these guys, you know. And it's kind of insulting, but I'm over it. You know, it's just how it's going to be. But I've seen favoritism. There's a lot of secrecy, you know. It's like I said in my email to you guys, there's a wall between staff and everybody else. And until you break that down, however you do it, if there's no oversight, there's no accountability, there's no transparency, there cannot be trust, right? So if you want to build trust, start there. Transparency, accountability, right? And then when trustworthy people are here or people become trustworthy, we can all go home. You know, we know the job's getting done. But I think right now we all know it's not. So do your committees, don't do your committees, however you want to do it. But get some accountability, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, seeing none, we have a motion on the table to dissolve the committees and go to an ad hoc committee structure with what?
Mayor Backren, before we vote, I would like to clarify my motion that this is specific to the committees that are only board members. This does not include committees that include members of the public.
Yes.
Thank you. Right.
Right, something, yeah, these are different committees in the board. Did you have an amendment that I forgot, Bill? No. Okay. All right, so we have a motion to dissolve the board committees and go to an ad hoc committee structure with 2 designated check signers from the board. Any further discussion? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. You got that, Amanda? All right. Thank you, everyone. Let's move on to mayor's list of duties. And you're right, I used the wrong word, Suzanne. It should have been governance, not administrative. My mind did a blank. So, put governance instead of administrative in there. And I would agree with Paige again. I think you're right. I probably should not be writing grants. And that should go back to the town administrator and let the town administrator find a grant writer. And it doesn't have to be a paid grant writer. Elaine Brett has written, I don't know how many grants for the town, and she does an exceptional job. As long as the town administrator approves the grant and says we should go for it, I think having her supervise and grant writer is perfectly acceptable. Yes, Michelle.
So a comment specific to that, I think if we're bringing someone on as a grant writer, we need to have a formal contract. And whether that's a paid position or not, I think we need to have a process and a contract in place instead of it just being unknown to the board what's going on with that. And a second comment before we get too far into this discussion. On the mayor roles and responsibilities document provided, there is significant overlap with the job responsibilities we have for our administrator. So I think, in my mind, the best course of action on this is to table this discussion, bring it back at the next meeting when the administrator can be present and when we can have the administrator's job responsibilities in the packet as well. So we're being very clear on who's responsible for what.
Well, you know, this was actually, it was tasked to me to write this up. And this is just my take on it.
I understand that, and I appreciate that it's in the packet, but I think by necessity, a discussion of which of these things are appropriate is going to veer into the territory of talking about the administrator's contract, and I would be more comfortable doing that with the administrator present and with those job responsibilities in front of us.
Well, I don't think it's going to veer into talking about the administrator's contract. It's talking about my behaviors and what I am doing, not the administrator's duties. At this point, it is the mayor's roles and responsibilities, not talking about the administrator.
We're not talking about the administrator's responsibilities. You're correct, this is on the mayor's responsibilities, but because there is significant overlap with the jobs that we have assigned to the administrator as a board, I don't think there's a way to separate those conversations. I think that when we're deciding whether it's okay for the mayor to be doing something or not, we need to consider whether it's something that has already been assigned to the administrator, which is why I think it would be more appropriate to have that conversation with the administrator present and with her job responsibilities in front of us.
Other thoughts? Oh, okay. But you can go ahead, Dave.
So I want to talk about grant writing in general, because we have as a board have talked about whether we want to go for certain grants, and we have not been involved in that discussion in advance about whether to go for a particular grant. And I think that's the piece that's really the whole here, because it really is a policy decision. This is governance. Like, do we want to take that downtown grant, or do we want to take that grant for creative arts, or whatever it might be, low-income housing, whatever that grant's coming our way. I think we as a board need to have a policy discussion about, yes, are we willing? Because the grants come with huge costs and huge burdens on staff. And just willy-nilly, oh great, we can take all this money in, isn't always the best way. I think we as a board need to look at, you know, and say, here's the amount. If a grant's over $5,000, then we want to, you know, similar to the purchasing policy. But it really is a policy decision which grants we go for, not just willy-nilly, here's some money out here. You know, and I think that's what I'm hearing from people that I talk to in town. So.
Okay. Well, I am fine with, let's put this off to the next meeting if that's what the board wishes to do.
Did I make a motion? Because if not, I will.
What?
Did I make a motion?
No, you did not.
Okay.
No.
So, if I may, I'm sorry, I just jumped right in there. Okay.
Yep.
I move that we table this topic of mayor roles and responsibilities to the next meeting, and we include in the packet the job description of the administrator as listed in the contract.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Further discussion? All right, seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion passes. This is tabled to the next meeting. All right, new business. Yes, we dissolved the committees. That was passed.
So we don't have to go tomorrow.
No, somebody still has to sign checks. We need to do that. Dave. All right, next up is, all right, board. Do we want to go ahead and continue with our protocol, or do we want to just say to heck with it and go back?
Mayor, I move we go back to our original policy about public comments. Is that what you're asking for?
Yes, that is what I'm asking. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Discussion? Yes.
I agree with that, but I agree with the reason we tried to make changes in the first place, which is that our meetings are a challenge and longer perhaps than they should be. So I would also like to see us at least research inviting a trained parliamentarian to observe and possibly run one of our meetings so that we can do better.
I was going to say, well, I think, I just want a decision right now. Are we going to continue with the format as written on the agenda, or are we going to open it up again? That's all I want to find out right now. We do. Do we have a second? All right. Tammy.
Dang it.
Stop it. No. I think we know how the public feels on this one.
Aye.
Aye.
Nay.
May I make a related motion?
I do not believe so.
Yeah, it's statutory, so you would have, yep. It's not
So we have,
in any great detail, so.
so very vague.
Process was, for us to go back and reinvent the wheel is going to be difficult.
Okay, that sounds like a really good idea, but I would also say then that our next step would be to put out ask for letters of interest. Put it out to the community, ask for letters of interest, and then we can choose from that, so that we have a pool of people to choose from. Yes, Michelle.
I don't know what our timing requirements are on this, but it seems premature to me to ask for letters of interest when we can't provide a job responsibility.
And that's
So I would-
first is to get the job description from Treasurer King, and then to ask for letters of interest, so that we would have something to write to.
Okay, so the description would come back to the board
Right.
for review before we solicit
Correct.
letters. Okay.
Correct. Okay, so can I get a motion to, for the town administrator to reach out to Treasurer King?
I move that we task the town administrator with contacting former Treasurer King and discuss with him his job responsibilities as treasurer and whatever else he can provide, so we can utilize that to form our search for a new treasurer.
Okay, do I have a second? Further discussion? Yes, Dave.
I think we have a wealth of knowledge right here in the room with Cindy because she worked so closely with Ross over the years, and I think she could provide a template for that right off the bat.
Is that true, Cindy?
I believe so.
Is there a reason why we shouldn't talk to?
I'm saying just in addition. You know,
Okay.
ask Cindy for that in addition, because I think there's a
Okay.
perspective that she brings to the table that would help inform the discussion.
Would you like to amend the motion then?
So I'd like to amend the motion that we include input from Cindy on this.
Okay. Do I have a second on that? Discussion on that? Seeing yes, Michelle?
Yeah, if we're required by statute to have a job description for this position, I think we should also ask the administrator to search for a job description, because we might be reinventing something that does exist in our files.
Oh, yes, Tammy.
Section 4-2-10, money in the funds created in this chapter, which is the general and specific and special funds,
Is this which
shall be in
code-
the custody of and managed by the town treasurer. The town treasurer shall maintain accounting records and accounts of all said monies as provided by law, and it goes on.
So what are you quoting from?
From the town code.
Oh, okay.
Section 4-2-10. The monies in the funds of the town shall be invested or deposited by the town treasurer in accordance with the provisions of law. All income from the assets of any fund shall become a part of the fund from which derived and shall be used for the purpose of which such fund was created, etc. So it's a very general, but it sounds like the treasurer shall maintain accounting records and accounts of all said monies as provided by law.
Okay. Yes, Cindy?
So per that definition, I am the treasurer. You have an additional treasurer that provides oversight.
So in other words, this should read the town finance officer. No?
No, because we have to have a treasurer by state law. So it's just another level of oversight that the treasurer provides. Yes, Karen.
Ross did a top level control, etc. But he and Cindy both collaborated on things like the refinancing of the bond loans, franchise fees. With, he had experience in that level of treasurer kind of things, not just the day-to-day check signing, etc. So I'm sure he will be able to give you a more detailed list, but I'm not sure it isn't something that Cindy can't or isn't already doing, but they work together on these things.
All right, further discussion? All right, all in favor of amending the motion? We're just talking about the amendment to the motion to have Cindy give us information. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay, only because I'm not entirely clear where we're at with the vote.
So, no, we're just voting on adding Cindy to the motion to approach Treasurer King to get a job description from him. That's all.
Not quite.
Not quite?
Not quite.
What did I miss?
Cindy can add additional information about the treasurer's
Right.
responsibilities,
Right.
but not go to Mr. King.
Oh, no, Cindy's not going to Mr. King.
Okay.
The board is asking Mr. King
Yes, yes,
to do that.
yes. We are also going to evaluate whatever information that
Yeah, it'll
Ms.
come back
Jones
to the board.
brings to us.
Yes. Yes. All right. Are we now clear?
No, not really. So we're asking.
We're just asking for Cindy's
clarify.
input on this vote.
We're asking Cindy to provide a document with her description of what the treasurer does. We're
In
asking the
addition to what
treasurer
Mr.
to
King-
provide a separate document explaining what
Right.
his responsibilities are.
Yeah, whatever.
Okay, so we're expecting 2 separate documents from staff that'll come back to the board.
Yes.
And then we'll review those, and then we'll,
Yes.
okay, thank you.
Okay. So the motion to get Cindy's input has passed. Now we have the motion on the table to go to Treasurer King and ask him to write what he does. Yes.
Yeah, you can leave that. Thanks.
Okay. All right, further discussion on the main motion to go ask Mr. King to write a job description. All right, anything from the public? Yes, Suzanne.
Is this the last motion that you've made? I don't want to be speaking out of turn, but we are a statutory town. Our ordinance kind of is patterned a bit off of state statute, but if you go to state statute Title 31 and you type in 31-20-301, it speaks to the bond of treasure, waiver, and duties. And it's pretty explicit as to what the duties of the town treasurer are. This is the person that you are appointing, and it says the treasurer shall. That's a requirement. It's not may, it's shall. So the person who you appoint to be treasurer has specific duties that are described in state statute. Again, that's 31-20-301. You can also do a search of the word treasurer in the state statute, Title 31. Just be sure that you're not looking at the county treasurer description. All we need to do is follow the town treasurer. So that's a really good place to start. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Yes, Bill.
So it's actually kind of comical from out here. You keep going through the same scenario over and over and going through the same motions where we just dissolved the committees because everybody was kind of writing their own job descriptions and going here and there. And now we're asking the treasurer to write his own job description. And we're accepting the idea that the finance officer is a treasurer. And I'm sorry, she's not the treasurer. Treasurer it's like the difference between the nonprofit and the statutory town. There's laws. And maybe some people don't think they're significant, but there's laws, and you should be reading all of them. And to have the finance officer involved in doing this is, okay, get her input, but remember, you're asking her to write the job description for her boss. I urge you to go back to the statutes, the towns and the states, and they're relevant. Please, check them out before you get into this.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All right, we have a motion and a second to ask the former treasurer to write a job description, more or less, and to get Cindy's input on it as well. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion passes. I just realized that we actually missed the provisional meeting protocol review. Because I was going to have your piece go in that.
We already did that and we voted to go back to the other format.
Oh dear. Never mind.
Okay. The piece where you said we'd address it later in the agenda?
Right, that's the one. And you were going to talk about having a professional
parliamentarian
come
That's
in.
the motion I'd like to make. Do you want to go back to that agenda item, or how do you want to do that?
Yeah, because I was going to put that under the provisional meeting protocol, and obviously that's not going to fit at this point in time. And there's no place else on the agenda for it to go. So if you want to make your motion, make your motion.
Okay. I move that we research inviting a trained parliamentarian to one of our meetings to see what we're missing and what we can do better.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Discussion. How much is this going to cost?
This is why the motion is to research it, because I have no idea. I think it should be a board decision if we're going to bring someone in, and I think however the board wants to assign that research, maybe this is one of our ad hoc committee assignments to find out what something like this would cost the board. But we have some meeting issues, and this is just one potential solution to get us some help, some professional help from someone who knows what they're doing. So all I'm asking at this point is that we look into it and that the board make a direction to make that happen.
Discussion from the board?
I'm wondering if that could be someone from CML, for example.
I mean, Kevin Bomber has already expressed an opinion that he would be happy to come to Paonia and help us. And he would be free.
Free is great. I love free if it's someone who's qualified to give us that kind of guidance.
Further discussion from the board? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, that motion passes. So now, who is going to do this? Tammy, you volunteer to do this? Or I can go back to Kevin Bomber. I was already in conversation with him.
If you would do that first, and
I
if
will
you,
ask him if he has
Okay.
the qualifications to do what we're asking him to do.
Okay.
Okay? All right,
Do we need a motion for formal direction on that?
Please.
go for it.
I move that the mayor reach out to Kevin Bomber to see if he has the necessary qualifications and time and willingness to serve as a parliamentarian and observe a meeting.
second.
Further discussion from the board? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion passes. I will reach out to Mr. Bomber again. All right. Let's move on to designation of additional signatory for bank accounts. As Mr. Knudsen said, he will be gone for the month of October, and so we will need someone else to sign checks.
I nominate Bill Bear.
Make a motion.
I just nominated.
Oh, you just turned your mic off.
I move that we add Bill Bear to the signature list.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Further discussion from the board? Got it. Good choice. Anything else from the board?
Well, I just wonder if other board members might be interested.
Nobody's jumping up and down.
I'll comment that I would love to see this as a rotating role, but I think Trustee Bear is a great choice to start. He has more board experience than the rest of us, and I think would serve well in that position.
Okay. Any other comment from the public? All right, seeing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Congratulations, Bill. Go sign some signature cards. All right. So number 17, discussion of reporting protocol during town administrator absence. I put this on the agenda when I was uncertain as to when the town administrator was coming back. It looks like she will be back at least on a part-time basis by the end of the week. So I don't think that this is necessary at this point in time. Oh, she's dying. Michelle.
Sorry, I understand that it's not immediately relevant. Sorry, I tried to breathe my water.
Yes.
But at the same time, I think it's important for us to have a plan in place when we have top-level staff who may be on extended leave. So I would like us to address this and have a plan, even though we don't need it right now.
Okay. And I think we need the town administrator's input on that. Yeah. Okay. Then let's move on to the discussion for hiring the chief of police. At this point in time, we only have 2 applicants. We are re-advertising again. Our best applicant dropped out. So we are re-advertising again. But I would still like to get the board set up that are going to I'm sorry, I've lost most everything. I would like to get the review board set up who will be interviewing the prospects for the chief of police. When the town of Hotchkiss did this, they had on their board the town clerk, 2 trustees, 2 citizens, and 1 deputy.
No,
No?
it was an interview of in an executive session with the Board of Trustees.
But there was an oral board that was done prior to that.
A review of, oh, okay, I see what you're saying in terms of reviewing
Right.
the applications.
Right.
I'm sorry.
Okay. So, and we don't have to do it this way. I mean, we can just have an executive session and have the applicants come in. We can do it the same way we did with the judge, in which case there was a group of people that were set up to interview the judge camp, and then they came back with a recommendation to the board. So it's up to the board what you guys think would be the best procedure for doing this. Yes, Michelle.
I move that we hire a municipal consultant and recruiter to evaluate our organizational structure and make hiring recommendations.
Do I have a second? All right.
Second.
Board discussion. Yes, Michelle.
So I want to add some thoughts to this. First, consider that we are recovering quite a bit of funds each month that's not being spent on wages right now. That gives us some money to potentially work with in hiring a recruiter. We've already had a setback with the hiring process. I don't think adding additional time is a bad idea at this point. Based on my own research, I would expect the cost to be in the range of $20,000 to $40,000, but I do think we should do a formal bidding process if we're going to move forward. Consider that we just approved 2 brand new trucks at $90,000. What I'm talking about is high-level decision-making that could impact our town for the next decade or more. So I think it's important that we make these decisions carefully and make good decisions instead of fast decisions. Consider also that the last hire we made for the police department, it was such a difficult process that the department ended up choosing a less qualified candidate and paid for training in exchange for a longer contract. So I think with all of that information, we would benefit from some professional assistance in this process. Thank you.
Yes, Dave.
I really think we have an opportunity to hire a recruiter for a specific position and not an organizational consultant. And the reason I say that is because then you can find out how well this person does. Plus, the police department budget can afford that, but the general fund can't. With an organizational consultant, I think we'd run into problems with how do we pay for that, and we couldn't pay for it out of the police fund. This is an opportunity. I think I like your idea of getting a recruiter in here and a professional recruiter, because I think there's a lot these recruiters can do for us. And other towns have gone through this process with hiring a recruiter, and so we can tap into that. I think Steamboat Springs is the one you and I have talked about before. So I like the idea of hiring a recruiter for this position. That person might also work out in the future for that organizational consultant. Organization consultant is a big wheelhouse, and there's a lot to it. And you're talking not $40,000. You're talking 120, 150, 200,000 if it's a top-notch firm. So let's be careful and take a baby step. Get a recruiter for the chief of police, because I think it's really critical that we bring in the right person, and a recruiter can really help us with that. It's going to cost 30% of salary.
Other comments from the board? Okay. I would, yes, Michelle.
I would like to amend my motion to reflect Trustee Knutsen's recommendations and reduce the motion to hiring looking to hire a recruiter for the position of chief of police.
Okay, we have an amendment to the motion. Do we have a second to that?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Now we're The problem with the last police person that we had to hire is that we couldn't get anyone to apply for the job. That is a serious issue. I'm not sure that a professional recruiter is going to change that. If we put this out and we had one qualified person and we now have two marginally qualified persons, spending $20,000 to $40,000 to go out to a job pool where we can't find people seems to me a big waste of money.
I think you're looking more in the range of, 2 to 5 for a recruiter.
2 to 5,000?
Yeah.
Okay, that I could live with, not 20 to 40,000, absolutely not. I think that is, considering we have, that person will come in and will supervise 2 people. So we're talking a department of 3. To spend tens of thousands of dollars for a department of 3 seems kind of overkill. Yeah. If we can find it.
We would be putting out a bid for a potential recruiter, so I think objections based on cost assumptions are premature at this point. I think our first step is to find out who's available and who could even provide that service for us. And the board, we're not saying we're absolutely going to do this. The board would still have to approve that person or organization after we've received bids. So I don't think saying $20,000, especially after we've just heard it's probably going to be a lot less than that, is a valid objection at this point. I think that's premature.
Dave?
Well, we're doing an RFP for this, right? Isn't that the way we're going to solicit it? I think that's the fairest way, and just see what we get.
Bill?
In the meantime, we go months down the road without a chief of police.
Correct.
So people might not think it's important, and they may think it's a job that we don't need to fulfill. That's until you have a problem. I just think that we taking our time to do that. We save money. We're not paying him, but what's it going to ultimately cost us? I think is a real question, and I hate to see us go through all that and get the same number of applicants that we've already had.
Yes, Michelle?
My response to that is that we may be going months without a chief of police with or without a recruiter. I don't know. I feel like a recruiter helps us reach out, knows better ways to reach out, knows where to put out feelers for where our potential candidates might be and how to bring them in and interest them in the role in ways that we as a board have no experience doing. So I think we're at least as likely, if we don't use a recruiter, to be with an open position for a long time.
Well, in talking with Neil about this, the best way you recruit is through post. And he has posted it. He has put it on post, which is the police officers something training, standard training. But they have their list. It's kind of like putting it on the listserv, the police listserv. So, I really, considering the way the job market is right now and what is going on, I think we may be throwing away money, but it's not my vote. So, yes, Dave.
I'd just like to point out that in my experience, a recruiter is able to tap into candidates who are not looking for jobs and might be interested, and that's the big advantage of a recruiter. They know who's out there and who's really good, and they can contact those people where we ethically shouldn't be. And that's the big advantage I've seen in recruiters, especially recruiting in Paonia.
Okay. Christina, you had your hand up.
Christina Patterson. I think that we didn't have a chief of police for a while. I think Chief Ferguson was a sergeant, and then Ken Knight elevated him to chief. So
I believe it was Jane Berry.
Oh, Jane Berry. Okay, so, there's room for reconfiguring all sorts of things. Also, I think Chief Ferguson was out for like a month solid.
Right.
And did anybody know that he was out? So
yeah.
Okay. Just putting it out there. Also, I was wondering if Back the Badge could fund this specific request.
Yeah. Yeah. Suzanne.
Ken Knight is the town administrator who wanted a chief of police. Jane Berry had Neil as the officer in responsible charge, which was not a chief, and she kind of wanted to control that department that way. So that's a question. I don't know if we have any officers that could fill that capacity as an officer in responsible charge for it right now. The one that's kind of the head, the most senior. I don't know if anybody's qualified enough to do that. And then this might be a stupid question, but is there an interim chief that could be hired somehow? I know we do interim town administrators. Are there interim police chiefs? Or can we get help from the county? Or, and then the reason why a recruiter, if it's a tough job market, it does seem to make sense that if you get someone who knows the territory, we might get the best applicants out there. If it's hard to expect people to come here on their own, we might need a little bit of help to go out there. And I do like the idea of perhaps looking into back the badge. There's a lot of money coming in from that. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Thomas?
So I apologize if this was already covered, but by my account, that's about $4,000 every 2 weeks that we're not paying now on payroll, and that's just direct payroll. That doesn't include benefits or anything. So if a benefit's about 20% maybe of payroll, say, that's about $4,800 every 2 weeks that we are now not spending because these guys are not on staff. Okay, so if you're looking for money to pay somebody else to find somebody, you might look there. And I've heard Dave express this sentiment in the past as well. You just did it again. And it seems like maybe you don't think Payonia is a good place to live, and so it's hard to attract people here. And I think that you might consider that this is an awesome place to live. It is highly desirable, okay? It's a privilege to be here. And I think that anybody who shows up might feel that same way, you know? And so even if we can't compete on pay, like, you know, we can't pay $200,000 to a chief of police to come here, they might be willing to give up some pay for quality of life that they can't get anywhere else. Consider that. Thank you.
Anyone else? All right. We have a motion on the table to hire a professional recruiter to recruit for the chief of police. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion passes. All right, the next is the RFP for the attorney position. It is included in the packet. Is there anything you would like to add to this, Bo?
I would note that you've got the council meeting, which is the Tuesday before Thanksgiving, when you're going to be doing the
Is that one of
proposed
the
appointment.
deadlines?
And you might run into some conflicts with respect to having
kidding.
people attend. So you may want to look at either doing a special meeting or doing that at the first meeting in December.
Okay. So would you, since, yes,
Typically, we only have one meeting in December,
right.
so be aware of that.
So maybe,
We should consider a special meeting.
yeah, I think so. So that we would change this to have schedule interviews for November 10th, conduct interviews.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
The 16th is the week before Thanksgiving, not the week of Thanksgiving.
Right, but you've got the appointment November 23rd.
We can put that off, yeah.
Yeah, we can put
Yeah.
that off.
Yeah.
Definitely. That could go even to the first meeting in December and be fine. So we can change that. All right. Are there any comments or discussion about the RFP? Yes, Tammy.
So I don't say anything that is not pertinent. Has this been put out yet?
No.
Okay. Just a note that public schools, Paonia Elementary and junior high,
That is wrong.
junior and high, so Paonia Elementary, NIFSIS, and junior K-8,
Right.
K-8 as opposed to junior high. And Vision, is Vision still here?
I don't know that Vision is like headquartered in any meaningful way in Paonia.
I don't know. So maybe just clarify the schools.
Yes.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Also on the number of employees, we're not accurate on that, so that needs to be cleaned up.
Where is that, Dave? I didn't see that. Okay.
Page 37.
Okay.
It says we deploy department heads and a staff of approximately 9 full-time and 2 part-time. I think that just
Okay.
needs to be reflecting current staffing levels.
Okay, so
May I-
change staffing. Shall we change the date to the hiring date to be the first board meeting in December? Okay. Yes,
Madam Mayor,
Michelle.
a suggestion on the staffing, I wonder if we might update that to include not only our current number of employees, but the number of employees that were budgeted for 2021 to give a better sense of where we're at and where we expect to be.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, just another thought on this appointment. We really want to give the candidate as much time as possible to work with Attorney Nerlin.
Right.
And, you know, if we delay it into December, boy, we're giving them like a week before the holiday and that's it. You know, and so that's why I pushed. Do we usually cancel our meeting before Thanksgiving?
No. Yeah, in December we canceled the meeting, but not the Thanksgiving one.
Right, and that's why we proposed doing that, so that we could make an appointment and that coordination can happen as soon as possible, because otherwise it's very difficult.
Well, what would you propose, Mr. Knudsen?
Sticking with the timeline.
Huh?
Sticking with the timeline we proposed. All we're doing is appointing during that meeting.
Right.
You know, we're making our final decision. We don't, you know, and so we're hashing who are the different candidates, what are the pluses and minuses, what are the recommendations of the hiring committee, and we're making a decision that allows the candidate and Attorney Nerlin to have time.
Okay.
Otherwise, we're waiting until sometime in December, and there's like
Right.
a week. That's my concern.
So what does the rest of the board feel about that?
Yeah, I like sticking with the timeline, but maybe we should have, and I don't know if it needs to be published or not, but a provision that if it looks like we're not going to be able to achieve a quorum for that meeting, that we have a plan to schedule a special meeting for that.
Okay.
So an appointment no later than that date.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that that's actually a really good idea in terms of doing no later than the 23rd, and then that way, if things come up or if there's a budgetary or whatever special meeting, you could get that in if needed. So.
Okay, great. Other comments from the board? Okay, now I'm assuming Dave, you and Karen were the ones that worked on this. Do you have a changeable document that we can make the changes on?
Yeah, it's a Word document.
Okay. So can you make the changes and send it to Corinne?
I've sent it to you and Bo.
Yeah,
Okay.
I've got it in Word, so
Yeah.
I'll incorporate the changes because
Okay, great.
it came from the now defunct committee.
Thanks, Bo.
Okay.
Yeah. You're not including my 3 criteria, though.
No, again. Okay. All right, so do you need a motion, Bo, or are you okay with what it is?
No, I think that'd be good, and I did see Miss Pattison.
Okay, but I did just, you do need a motion?
Yeah, that'd be
Okay,
great to get
all
approved
right.
it.
Michelle?
What am I making a motion for?
Oh, no, I thought you had your hand up. You wanted
No.
to say something.
No.
Okay. So anybody can make the motion to have Bo make the changes, and then are you posting it or giving it back to Corinne to post?
I'll work in conjunction with the town
Okay.
clerk to have it posted.
All right.
I'd like to make a motion that the current changes be adopted by our attorney, and that he and the town administrator proceed with an RFP.
Do I hear a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Oh, wait,
Public
I'm
comment.
sorry,
Yeah,
audience.
oops.
I have missed again. All right. Come on up. Suzanne?
I was reading through the job description, and I thought it would be helpful if the board might add something like to help the board to adhere to the intent of the law. Because I think to have an attorney that's really actively looking at your agenda, trying to keep you out of trouble. Sometimes in the past, it seems like the town attorney is more of a defense attorney for the town, and instead of being a little bit more proactive to make sure that we are referring to the ordinances and to our statutes. So if that would maybe could be put in somehow. And I had worded it differently, but I left my paper at home, so it wasn't really help the board adhere. I don't know if that sounds professional. Aside from that, this doesn't have any mention that we're a statutory town. I think that's really important to let people know we're a statutory town. And to ask for an applicant who's very familiar with statutes as they apply to statutory towns. Because as you know, they're different for cities, counties, home rule. So to be very familiar with the statutes as they, the Colorado statutes as they apply to statutory towns. There's something here about the board. It says each representative is elected to the board for staggered 4-year terms. That's not exactly accurate because there's some board members who only get who are only elected to 2 years sometimes. I don't know if this is too descriptive, and we can be inaccurate that way. There are 3 volunteer boards. There are actually 4 because there's a tree board. And then the title Zoning Board of Adjustment and Board of Adjustment and Appeals is a little redundant. It's repeated later in the document a little bit more accurately, Zoning Board of Adjustment and Appeals. So that might be changed. And I guess that was it. Yeah, experience in statutory law. Okay, I think that's all I had on that. Okay, thanks a lot.
Thank you. Paige?
Paige Smith, Delta Avenue. I'm a little confused because actually there's no mention of the administrator in this. And this town is really an administrator council form of government. And the administrator isn't mentioned other than at the end who to email. So I think that's a huge gap. And I would just like to point out that, again, job description for the town administrator works with legal counsel with regard to legal issues involving the town. So I don't know if that was deliberate, and yes, you have a mayor and you're a council, but you have an administrator, which is actually completely described in Article 9 of the ordinance. So it seems to me you don't want to leave out the administrator, since this has been the bulk of what we've talked about tonight. So I think you need a pretty thorough rewrite here. I honestly do. It looks like it was a template, and you did cut and paste, and I think you really need to look at it thoroughly and make sure that the administrator is clearly put here. And you might also look at the flow chart and describe a little better that the attorney works at your pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, sure. No, first, we're going to have Ms. Jackson come up.
Pamela Jackson, Reds Road. Just going back to what Thomas said, is there anything in this RFP that is exciting or magical or would make anybody want to come here? Can we add that in?
Yes, Suzanne.
One little section here that's a little awkward. and it's under scope of services on the bottom of page 34. And it says CRS 31-4-304 provides for the appointment of a town attorney. Quote, the city attorney shall appoint the city council shall appoint a city attorney who upon taking office shall be an attorney at law licensed to practice in the state of Colorado, unquote. This makes it sound like this is a quote that's taken from that statute, and that's not what the statute says. So it sounds a little bit like we kind of, I don't know if that can be clarified somehow. It sounds like we kind of don't know what we're talking about, because it sounds like it's referring to a statute that's listed here. And anyone who has an attention to detail and knows what the statutes are going to say, that's weird. So if you could look at that more closely under scope of services. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, anything else? Yes, Michelle.
I just move that we incorporate all of those public comments into the revised draft. I think they were all relevant and good points.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion on the table to have our town attorney incorporate the changes in the draft and work in conjunction with the administrator to put it out. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion passes. All right, last on our agenda is contract with Hotchkiss for police coverage. Yes.
I'm sorry, before we move on, I just want to clarify that that does include the public comment as well. Because I
Yes.
thought we had already voted on that motion, and then we took public comment, and then we needed a new motion to incorporate the public comment as
Okay,
well.
you're right. You're right. I am incorrect. So go
Okay.
ahead. So make a motion to incorporate the public comments.
So I move that we incorporate all of the public comment that was presented into the final version of the job description.
Okay. The RFP.
Second.
Yeah, the RFP,
Okay.
thank you.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Now let's move on to the contract with Hotchkiss for police coverage. This is the same contract that we had with Hotchkiss, except our roles are reversed. And basically, we can call on them. My biggest concern is in the week, so the chief is serving through the rest of this week, then the sergeant goes on vacation for 2 weeks after that. His father is dying, so this will probably be his last chance to see his father, so not letting him go back and see his father, I think, would be very cruel. That leaves us with 2 officers, both of whom are basically the same rank, who will be operating for almost the last 2 weeks of the month. In order to have days off, we will have 1 officer on duty over Mountain Harvest Festival. So we absolutely need support. And so instituting this contract with Hotchkiss will allow us to pull in our extra police services. They will patrol the town just as our officers patrolled in Hotchkiss, and support us as needed. And then this will be going forward as we move on, because after the sergeant comes back, the last officer is resigning, so that we will have 2 officers is what we will have on the streets in Paonia until we hire a chief and get more officers.
So the formerly Paonia officers will be coming back to patrol Paonia.
Probably. Probably. Did you have something, Dave?
I was just wondering about the chain of command during that time, because there's a real concern, and there's nothing in this contract that talks about the chain of command, because who's in charge? That isn't.
I'm assuming, and this is only my assumption, and this will have to be, since the leadership of and supervision of the police department will revert back to the town administrator once the chief is gone, the MOU will no longer be in effect. So the town administrator will be the one who will be supervising the police chief.
Yeah,
So that she will have to work out. There is a sergeant after. So in the interim part, there are 2 officers who are of equal rank. After the sergeant comes back, there will be a sergeant and another one. Yeah.
And my concern is the gap between now and the time the sergeant comes back, and
Correct.
the fact that the town administrator cannot return to full duty during that time. And so I think it's reasonable to request that our former chief at least assume during that period of time the leadership, so that we have that chain of command. something in there. Or we get someone from the county. We have someone to provide that guidance because we don't have it.
And our chief will no longer be working for us. As of the 18th of this month, he has resigned. Oh, that's what you're talking about, to institute this contract and then have him come back basically acting as he can. I mean, Hotchkiss is not going to have him be here full time unless we're wishing to pay $39 an hour for his services. And that is something else. That's up to the board. If the board wants me to remain in that position until such time as you want to change it, we can do that as well. It's up to the board. Yes, Michelle.
Just to throw another wrench in there, our current contract with our administrator does not say that reporting reverts to the administrator.
The MOU does.
But our current contract specifically states that while Corinne Ferguson is the administrator, not while Neil Ferguson is chief of police. It says while Corinne Ferguson is the town administrator, she will not supervise the police department. So if we are changing that, we need to change that contract language.
Valid point.
So if we don't do anything, that's fine.
Yeah, if we don't do anything, then if the board wishes, we can keep the MOU in place, and I can continue to operate as the supervisor for the police department. And then we can look either to change her contract or wait until her contract is up and change it at that point in time, up to the board.
So is that governance or is that management?
Well,
here we are again, I mean, dipping down into the management thing and,
we have an issue.
Yeah, I really prefer to see someone either from Hotchkiss or, like the Hotchkiss current chief providing some oversight on that, or someone from Delta County that Mark, our sheriff, would at least temporarily assign, especially during that period of time when the sergeant's gone. That's the thing I want to cover, because a lot of things can happen, and you can have something happen.
Exactly.
And if you don't have an experienced officer, I think I'm not trying to disparage you, but I'm just saying you don't have police experience.
Exactly. I agree completely.
I think during that 2-week period of time when the sergeant's gone, we should have something like that.
So then it would seem to me that the first thing to do would be to go ahead and ratify this agreement with Hotchkiss, get that into effect. And then we can have the town administrator talk to the mayor of Hotchkiss and arrange something to get that coverage. Yes, Cindy.
I just want to add some information that you don't seem to know. Taffney was a police chief in Dinosaur in between the times that she left here and came back. So she has chief experience.
But she was a department of one. So she was supervising herself, exactly. So, yes, Michelle.
So the contract as it's written now has a lot of blanks, and including police force managed and supervised by. So I wonder if before we ratify the contract, we should actually just amend the contract to specify that we would like the supervision to come from Hotchkiss while they're providing these services for us. And then that contract would go back to Hotchkiss for their review.
Do we need it, though, after the sergeant comes back? That's the question.
Well, I think that's a board decision. We could make this a 2-week contract, 3-week contract, whatever it would take to get to that point. And if the sergeant has the qualifications to serve as the manager, and I don't know how we.
So he has basically, when Neil was gone, he was the one who managed the police.
Okay.
Yes, Bill.
Prior to Chief Ferguson becoming chief, he was the sergeant. He acted in that role, and the reason why he wanted to become chief and was later appointed chief was, as a sergeant, he was not able to access certain information from the state systems. So we've operated under a sergeant before.
Okay, and this is merely ignorance on my part. I didn't know if that made sense or not. But if that makes sense, then if we could write into the contract that Hotchkiss will provide the supervision for this very short period of time, at which point supervision will revert to our sergeant.
Okay. Right, providing Hotchkiss is okay with that. Okay, well. I was gonna say, yeah, this is, so we probably need a motion to amend this.
Yeah,
And
I mean,
we're-
they're
No.
I think it can be a motion to approve the MOU with the amendment that Hotchkiss would supervise, provide supervision until the Paonia sergeant returns.
So we've also got blanks under Article 1 on when this becomes effective and when it
Well, yeah,
ends.
dates. Yes. So it would be as of ratification. The minute it's signed, it's then in effect.
Okay, but there's a shall continue until blank. So
There's
I don't
what?
know if there's a place where it says when the contract ends. So I don't know if we want to have a date where it ends and we reevaluate, or if we want to say.
When
I
we
feel like
signed
that would
this
be most
contract
prudent.
with them, we didn't have an end date on it, did we?
No, there was no end date from Hotchkiss because
Right.
it's just kind of
It was a
unknown.
fluid, and
Right.
we're in the same kind of situation.
But you may, I mean, to Michelle's point, you may want to say, hey, let's just bring this up for review in 2 months or something like that.
Okay.
Okay, so I make a motion that we approve the MOU with the addition of supervision by the Hotchkiss Police Force until the sergeant returns to Paonia, and with an end date effective until what's our meeting in 2 months? Let's say the first meeting in December, at which point it would come back to the board for review. And
Okay.
possible extension.
Okay. Second?
Second.
All right. Comment from the public? All right. Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right. That motion passes. Okay. Next on the list is the mayor's report. I don't have anything. What? Well, all we have, okay, we have the last committee reports we are ever going to have. So, public work, or gaps.
We are trying to get a exit interview with the chief. We sent him the information and are awaiting a time that we can meet and go through that.
Okay.
I have nothing else to report.
Okay, Michelle?
I want to add that we need some input from Attorney Nerlin because our exit interview document specifically states that it will be strictly confidential. So we need some guidance on what and how we can share with the board after that interview process is complete.
Thank you, and I'm sorry I didn't get back to you, but I think the approach is to, once that is complete, to have the conversation with Chief Ferguson in terms of what information, if any, he's willing to allow you guys to share with the trustees pertinent to the exit interview. And if he's not willing to provide the whole document as provided, maybe you could request that you're allowed to prepare a white paper that reflects some of the concepts that he could sign off on.
Okay, so your suggestion is to see if he's willing to share the whole document, and if he's not, that the former GAPS committee could prepare a white paper summary and then have Chief Ferguson sign that so we have written approval from him to share that with the board. Okay, thank you.
All right, excellent. Finance personnel, do you guys have anything else? Yes, Karen?
I do. One of the things we were doing was looking over the employee handbook, and there's just a couple of minor things. Well, one is an addition of a holiday that was Juneteenth. It was made a holiday. It's the board decision whether you want to add that to the holidays. The other one was committee persons on the liaison committee. Says town citizen, and we want to change that according with the GAPS thing to community person, and someone suggested anyone living in the zip code of 81428 would constitute a community person. So the board would have to decide on the holiday, and then we could make those changes. The third thing was the PTO, which was going to change, but the effective date of the state going into state paid time off won't be until another year later, so we can do that next year.
Okay. All right. Public Works.
We submitted our capital budget requests or line items to staff to incorporate it into the budget, and that's basically our report.
Okay. Anything to add, Tammy? No. Okay. Tree Board.
Very briefly, on Saturday, the tree board presented a tree trimming workshop at the Ellen Hansen Smith Center. It was led by Colorado State Forest Service District Forester Kemi Long. It was well attended by about a dozen people. The tree board plans to host a similar workshop Saturday, October 9th for professional tree service providers. And no meeting is currently planned. And that concludes my report.
Okay, Advisory Water Committee.
I have a question for the tree
Oh, yes.
board. For the workshop for professional providers, was that October 9th or 29th? I didn't get that date right.
I'm sorry, it's October 9th according to the last email I got. If it's different, I will.
No, I just didn't hear you clearly.
Oh,
October
okay.
9th. And then will the town be using that as for future tree trimming? Will we require that professionals have attended that meeting?
At this point, that's really a question for the administrator, but as I understand it, at this point, that will not be a requirement, although there are members of the tree board that are trying to make it a requirement. That at this point, I don't believe that that is a requirement.
Personally, I'd like to see it as a requirement. I know we had some tree trimming issues last year that we have not subsequently addressed. So I think that would go a long way to make sure we're getting quality services.
Yeah, and they are working on a draft, some draft legislation for that, so it is definitely in the pipeline.
Okay, anything else? All right, Water Board. Advisory Water.
We have not been able to meet due to circumstances largely out of our control since July. Our next meeting is Wednesday, September 22nd. I hope to have an agenda posted on the town website by the end of this week or whenever it can happen. And that's it.
Okay. All right. Since we have gone back to the regular thing, we are now adjourned. Thank you, everyone.